Damn, I need to clean my desk. Oh well. There's an update to Power Toy. Hey, Johan. So I am paid by Microsoft. I can't wait to get the bill. Or the money. I can't wait. Hey, man. The Church of Microsoft. Yeah. I don't know why it's not changing wallpapers. Let's do that one. It's been on for like a couple of days now. So how are you all? Oh crap, I got a notification. Holy fuck. They reduced the size from 3.1 gigabyte to 500 megabyte for one of the programs. Holy shit. What's new? File locksmith. Peak. I need to install this on my physical machine. Let's see if there's any updates. Wrong button. Right button. I think there is. Yep, there is. No. I don't think I ever seen this tips thingy before or looked at it. Take a tour of Windows, customize your desktop, personalize your PC, tips for PC security. More about password generators. How to watch out for tech support, yeah, for scammers. Add another layer of protection, multi-factor authentication, yes. Something happened. Hey, Jan. Updates. Phishing emails. Scan for viruses. Stay safe while browsing. Security at a glance. Oh, I'm just looking at that. It's just tips and tips and tricks. What is customize? Customize your start menu, open start settings. Oh, wait, they got a new layout. Oh. Cool. I did not know that. So, more pins. More recommendations. Default. This is how often I actually use the start menu. Start rollback, which had more layouts. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. Let's just use that one. Show recent added app. Show the most used app. Show recent open app in the start jumper. Show recommendations. We don't want that one. Yeah, they So here's the thing, every time Microsoft do those, like, is it once a year, 6 months updates, the hates updates, the 22, 23 hates updates, they tend to add a shit ton of stuff. This one here is just the standard updates. Application menu, I always use KDE Neon. Yeah. I don't think that will work on the Windows. Personalize your taskbar. Create multiple desktops. Paint your favorite folders. What else can we look at here while it's downloading? If we do it like this instead. Show all tips. Let's just do all tips. What's new in Windows 11? Touch gestures. Boost PC performance. All about widgets. That's this little thing here. No. There. If it wants to load. So this is like, you know, Danish because I live in Denmark. Oh, when I turn off the computer, look. This is really like high level fucking tips here. I right click here, shut down, and then I restart or something like that. I use this way more than I use the actual menu. Just right click, shut down or sign out, and then I use this one here. I once in a while I use this one. But for the most part I just right click and then do this one here. The same if I want to run File Explorer sometimes, power options. If I want to see the event viewer, the device manager, network connections, I tend to also do it from that menu. Control Alt Delete. Yeah, that's probably not the best way to do it. Can round a corner put a float gap in the taskbar? It has. I just minimize it, but it is floating. It is floating. It's just like really. I just minimized it, but it is floating. It's a floating taskbar, and you can also have it in the middle if you want to. So yeah, but it is. It's like 2 or 3 pixels. It's floating right now. But yeah, you can just increase the float or the padding or whatever you will call it, and then it will float it. I just don't like too much wasted space down here, so this is like elevator music or something like that. Startup apps. Hey Esnek, I only reboot my computer. I never turn off my computer, I reboot my computer. The only time I turn off my computer is if I need to work on the computer. Other than that, I just reboot it every time an update or a program requires me to update it. Yeah, some people like the floating thing. It makes it looks a little bit more, I don't know, tablet-esque maybe. Yeah, I don't. I sometimes listen to music. When I go to sleep and stuff like that, I never close it down. Like on average, this is like the average lifespan I have Windows running. It's between 4 to 9 days. That's kind of the average before I have to reboot it because of an update or something like that. I shut my computer down yesterday because I installed new fans in it. There's less loud. But for the most part, I keep it up for about 9 days. Between 4 to 9 days. And I would actually say between 8 to 9 days on an average. The longest I have run Windows was Windows 10. And that was for 23 days or 21 days, if I remember correctly, without a reboot. And I didn't notice any slowdowns, nothing. No issues where I was live streaming, editing, gaming, all of that shit, and my computer just ran. And only when there was an update, I was like, oh shit, it's like 20-something days since my last reboot. Yeah, I'm getting paid by Microsoft. Or I'm getting paid by SUSE and Apple. Linux Saloon. Oh, that's the podcast. Yeah. Yeah, mine run 24/7 also, unless it's rebooting or I need to work on it. I think the Linux Saloon is the people that went on from Big Daddy Linux or something like that. This is a reinstall. This is a reinstall of Windows because I upgraded my computer. But my previous computer, like, I had this here for like 2 months now. The one I had from that, before that, I ran for like 7+ years without a reinstall of Windows. And I upgraded from Windows 10 to 11. But that install was first installed in 2015. And I got this computer here. I actually still... So, I need to clean my desk. It's so clogged you guys can see. This here has my old Windows installed on it. This drive here have run Windows 10 and 11 since 10 since 2015. It has been in, let's say, 4 different computers where all the hardware has changed. Still the same SSD, still the same install, and I still keep it in case, as a backup, in case my NVMe should fuck up or something like that. I could just put this old Toshiba. This here is the cheapest of the cheapest you can buy an SSD for. It just shows you that you don't have to spend a lot of money to get reliable SSDs. But I need to put this in a safe place because it's kind of my backup if something goes tits up. But yeah, I've seen production computers running Windows close to a decade without a reinstall. You know. Yeah, it's the new Big Daddy Linux. Yeah. Oh, PCTLC. What's up with him? I haven't seen him around for a long time. Yeah, no, he's an arts guy. Yeah. Yeah, he's a cool dude, man. Toshiba also, like any SSD. So here's the thing: any SSD from a brand that you know is a good SSD. So if it's some brand that you have never heard about, don't buy it. Oh, he has a new house. Awesome. So don't buy some like weird ass fucking with Chinese letters or Mandarin letters all over the place. Buy, you know, if it's a Kingston, I'm really liking Kingston, both RAM and I have like a cheap ass Kingston NVMe. Kingston, Toshiba, Seagate, Western Digital. If it's a brand that you know, ADATA, you know, you should not. Samsung, buy them. Like, you get what you pay for. The higher quality, or the more you pay, you get more quality components on the SSD. The speed, for most people, don't really matter that much. It's only if you're transferring, you know, massive files all the time that it you know, going and buying like a Samsung Evo, for example, with a lot of read-write speed and stuff like that. But like most, like even Linux users and power users on Windows, the cheapest SSD they can find will be more than enough for them. So I just buy it's a Kingston SSD. Like, it's really ugly, to be honest, but I could get 2 gigabytes for like $150 or something, like $120. Hyundai, I didn't know that. So I may get that one as my gaming NVMe. But right now I have a 500 and something Kingston cheap ass NVMe. Is it the fastest? No. Crucial is really good. Yeah, Crucial is really good. I used to buy I have an ADATA and then I have a couple of Crucial SSDs in my system also. So I like to buy Crucial or Kingston because they're cheap. Like hardware is places where you can easily overspend. Because they are like, oh, it's all of these amazing things and you're getting all of these blah blah blah. And the reality of it is that you really don't need it for what, like, it's like buying a sports car, but you can only drive like 80 kilometers an hour. You know. And why do you buy it? Well, if you take it to the tracks once in a while, yeah. Or if it's to show off, I kind of get it. But you get the same out of a sports car as you do as a everyday car, more or less. It's just the acceleration that's a little bit better. But how often do you sit there and just jam the acceleration in a you know, when you're taking the kids to school and stuff like that? So a lot of people, they tend to buy hardware just because I need the fastest. No, you don't. You need what suits your use case. And for most people, what the fuck? Why is my background not coming up? Most people don't need those blatantly fast or blazingly fast Samsungs and Crucials and all of that shit. If you want to make sure of the longevity, buy mid-tier. So buy the mid-tier products. If you want to cheap out and you're not like against buying a little bit more often, buy as cheap as you can. Because in most people are not noticing it. You like this here is probably the slowest SSD that you can get your hands on, and it's still faster than the spinning hard drive. And like I said, I ran this until like 2 months ago, and I gamed on it. I have edited on it. I have no issues. Can even see the rewrite speed on it here. I don't think I can. I can give you the serial number, but that will not help anything. Well, you can look it up. But it's like one of the first generations SSDs, and I see like people doing office work and they go out and buy like a Samsung Evo or something like that, you know, that costs thousands of dollars sometimes, because my Word documents, you know. KingFast sets in my refurbished. I have never heard about KingFast. No, Hyundai. So Hyundai or Hyundai, however you pronounce it, is kind of the same as So Samsung is kind of like Siemens. They have like all kind of subdivision under the Samsung brand. They even have a military division where they make chipsets and components to military, Samsung. And I think it's the same with Hyundai. That they have like, you know, all of these sister companies. So you have the mobile phone division of Samsung, you have the television, you have the house appliances, you have the software side of it, then you have the surveillance side of Samsung, you have the government side of Samsung, you have the military side of Samsung. Is one of the biggest companies in the world. Like, it's massive. And the same with Hyundai and LG. They are massive, and they have all of these subdivisions under the same name, more or less. So it will not be strange that Hyundai had like a technology division, or, you know, making SSDs and stuff like that. like Asian companies, when they get big, they tend to do a lot of things. My Kingston SSD is going on 8 years old, and I use it every day. Yeah, a lot of people got afraid of SSDs because of the read-write limit. Because a lot of people, they Hyundai is a Korean company, so is Samsung, and so is LG. So in South Korea, Samsung, Hyundai, and LG basically controls the whole fucking country. They are the biggest employers in the whole country. If those three went under, the whole economy of South Korea will go under, basically. There's a lot of documentaries about that, by the way, you can find on YouTube and other places. But that's also, South Korea is part of Asia, so yeah. But yeah, it's strange. It's strange how those massive companies, how they operate. To be honest, like they almost like countries in of themselves when you think about it. Is this the one I was experimenting with? Identify plants and animals. Yeah. Hyundai, LG, Samsung makes everything. They are in everything. Everything. It's crazy how much they have those three Korean companies. How big they are. It's go Google those like like something like South Korean mega corporations or something like that. They Samsung makes the best Samsung make the best screens in the world. Like Samsung is regarded as the top manufacturer of screen technology. Like Apple outsource to Samsung, they give them the specs, but Samsung makes like this screen here on my iPhone is made by Samsung and been for years. Samsung screens technology is like so far ahead of anyone else. LG is like number 2, and then you have everyone else basically. Yeah, I think it's still called Lucky Gold Star, to be honest. You got a help disk in. Oh my god. Lamer, you're going to hate people. The worst job you can ever get, the worst job you can ever get is customer support. If you have a job in customer support, which help desk is, even if it's internal customer support. No, your iPhone is not made in California. It's designed in California, as it says on the packaging. But yeah, I had a girlfriend that worked, or she got a job at a customer support center. And after a month or so, you could just see that poor little fucking woman just get beaten to the ground, man. She went from being happy, outgoing, to just, like, hating everything. Like, just depressed as a motherfucker. The customer support is the worst fucking shit that you can have. So iPhones and all of that shit are made in Foxconn in China. But some of the components, like some of the chipsets, are made, I think, somewhere else, and the screens are made in. So Samsung makes most of their stuff in Vietnam and other places than China. So if you don't want anything from China, you go buy South Korean or at least by Samsung. Samsung go out of their way to not manufacture in China. That's kind of what I like about Samsung. It's like it's Vietnamese, Malaysia. Like they go out of their way to not make their stuff in China. I like that. I wish more people should do that. So this screen here may have been made in Vietnam, and then it's sent to China, into Foxconn, where it's then put into an iPhone and all of that fucking shit. Hey Marble. Yeah. So but if you look at Samsung, I have some Samsung boxes over there. For years now, they have. India, they make some of their stuff in India also. They are really going out of their way to get out of the login from China, which I think is a good idea. Denmark. It's at my hospital. I've been in the help desk as many old colleagues or student workers. Okay, a hospital, it can be a little bit better, but are you dealing with no, not Aalborg. Are you dealing with internal customers like nurses and doctors, or are you dealing with, like billing issues and, patients? Because if you're dealing with patients and people from the outside, trust me, it will drag your fucking ass down. It will drag your ass down. Yeah, close to the borders of Germany. Yeah, that's not Aalborg. Aalborg's like kind of in the middle of upper part of Denmark. Kind of between the middle, kind of mid-Denmark still, but on the upper edge of mid-Denmark. Yeah, exactly, yes, Nick. Yeah. Okay, you're supporting the staff. Okay. Yeah, okay. That I can live with that. That's kind of what I do. I do internal computer support also. But it's just not a help desk. I'm just the only IT guy. One of the two. Yeah, me and another one there. Have you tried Chrome OS Flex? No, I'm not interested in Chrome OS. I'm sorry to say it, but Chrome OS is... they're gonna separate it from Google Chrome. Monday to Tuesday. That sounds awesome, Johan. Yeah, Chrome OS has never really... Like, Chrome OS for me is just like a temporary solution until Android and iOS can replace a computer 100% or a laptop. So Chrome OS is this little like go-between where it's like kinda like Android and kinda like a laptop. And in a couple of years, you can do everything on a tablet that you can do on a laptop, and then Chrome OS will just fade away because then they will just be using Android or iOS. So I never really put much thought into Chrome OS because for me it's like it's the little like it's sitting there between a tablet and a full-blown laptop, and the more advanced and the better. Tablets are becoming where you just plug a keyboard on it and you can do everything you can do on a laptop. When that becomes more mainstream and more mainstream applications become better on tablets, we don't need Chrome OS anymore. So for me, Chrome OS has just been this little, temporary fix for people that don't want a full-blown laptop, but a tablet cannot do all of the stuff that they needed to do, so they do Chrome OS. But trust me, tablets are going to take over laptops and Chrome OS, Chromebooks and stuff like that in like, we are talking a few years now. Like there are full-blown video editing software being fleshed out to Android now was, where we had a few of them on iPad. Now Android is getting like Lumia or Lumion or what the fuck it's called. Adobe is messing around with doing more and more tablet video editing. We have more and more photo editing software coming to tablets. Productivity softwares are coming in. No, it's not. It's Luminum. I can't fucking remember what it's called. It's like a full-blown professional video editor for video editor. I just got a new keyboard, so please forgive me for making mistakes. I need to relearn. Let's say iOS, because I know they have them. It's one of these here. Power Director is on both. InShot, I think, is on both. This thing, I think, is only Filmora is on both. Now, what the fuck? It's called Loom. Oh crap. Lumia. LumaFusion. Here it is. This one here. It's in beta on Android right now, and the more of this stuff we get on tablets, it's based. Chromebooks and laptops are just going out of the way, man. It's. I know a lot of people don't like to hear this, but laptops and Chromebooks are outdated. They are outdated. I'm sorry to say it. They are the past. They are the past. They are the past. So tablets are actually more powerful than most laptops nowadays. If you have a Chromebook and you have, let's say, an iPad Pro, or you have like a Samsung S Tab, they are probably more powerful than your Chromebook is right now. Tablets are massively more powerful. If you go over on the Apple side, if you have a iPad Pro with an M2 chip in it, it's as powerful as your laptop that has an M2 chip in it. This whole idea that tablets are these like weak little things. There are people that have done rendering tests on laptops tablets where they outperform $1,000 PCs in rendering speed. Because one of the and again, this is going against a lot of Linux people, but the reason why they can make them this fucking fast is that there's not that much hardware. So instead of spending a lot of effort trying to support all of these different hardware configurations, they can say, okay, we have the M-chip series from Apple. We have Qualcomm and MediaTek. That's kind of like the big ones on the mobile market. That's 3 different chipsets that they have to control. And then they can just focus on that. And also, they are like system on a chip, so where your computer is not a system on a chip. So a lot of things are built into the chip. Again, less hardware diversity. And if there's less hardware diversity, that means that you can optimize way more, because you kind of have to be honest. That's why you see console games like console games are doing really well for the hardware that they have. Like, how you could sit there and be like, how can you get that performance out of this hardware, where on PC we need, to beef up the hardware requirement to get the same. And that's because they can really sit in there and optimize it. And they can do all kind of voodoo, upscaling, downscaling and stuff like that. Because they know exactly. They know each customer has the same equipment. And that's really powerful. That's one of the reasons why tech support is really fucking weird with Linux when it comes to the desktop. Because if you're a tech supporter to Windows, it looks like this all the way back to 95 almost. There's Windows 8. We don't talk about Windows 8. Windows 8 don't exist. Windows 8 was something you dreamed of while a fairy was sucking you off at night. But beside Windows 8, this is more or less how Windows have looked like since 95. So everyone kind of know how this works. They know where everything is. They know there's a set. Yeah, the settings menu is a little bit different now and stuff. But the idea, the general layout of the operating system is like 80% as it was in 1995. If you're going to give a Linux user tech support on the desktop, what desktop environment are you running? What version of the desktop environment is it? Are you running tiling Windows managers? Oh, you're running GNOME. Okay, how many extensions do you have and what are those extensions? You need to ask so many questions because all of those things can fuck your system up in a user interaction way. And because it's not a standard, you don't know what fucking Bob has or Josephine has. So you spend way more time figuring out how their system is configured before you can start helping them. If someone tells you, I have problems, I'm on Windows 11, you know exactly where everything is. It's the same on everyone's computer. It's really easy to guide them into a sub-menu and stuff like that because what you are looking at is the exact same thing they are looking at. On Linux, what you are looking at is not what everyone else is looking at, more than likely. So that's why support for Linux on the desktop is a fucking mess. First iPod sold for 90. Oh, so there, Johan, there was a so someone auctioned off the first iPad. Yeah, all your peripherals just connect to your phone or your tablet nowadays. Yeah, like those dongles. Like if you look up like a USB-C dongle, going to shopping. 90% of these works with your phone and your tablet. If you have a USB connection, you can plug this into your tablet or your phone and they will work. This is not just for computers. So this like, oh, I lack connectivity, you just get a dongle. That's what Apple do with their, line right now. My next tablet is going to be an iPad, yeah. Chromebook's idea was to get cheap computers into the educational system. That was the whole Chrome OS and Chromebook kind of thing. It was meant for the educational system. Like an iPad 9 it's not that expensive, man. And you can get it used for almost nothing. Yeah, Windows 98 was, not 98, Windows 8.1 was good, but the Metro UI still fucked people up. Yeah, you're right. The first iPad, people hated it all. Now everyone is running iPads or tablets. It's funny. Yeah, I will give you a beer, Waffle Boy. An Apple iComputer. Have I missed something? Laptops are going is getting So here's the thing: why people have a problem with tablets because they think tablets. You should not think about a tablet as a tablet today. Think about a tablet as a laptop with a touchscreen on it. That's how you should think about a tablet today. When you sit with your tablet today, don't think that, oh, I'm running basically a large, mobile phone. When you're sitting with your tablet, think, this is a laptop without a keyboard and a touchscreen. When you start to think like that and start to do the things that you normally would do on a laptop, it makes way more sense. And if you're using it a lot, getting a keyboard for it. I just bought this magnificent keyboard here for Kaytron. This works with tablets. It's Bluetooth. I can now sit and type on my tablet and stuff like that. And if I wanted to, I can get a wireless Bluetooth mouse. And I can sit and basically interact with my tablet like it was a laptop. That's how you should think about tablets today. Tablets are just laptops with a touchscreen and detachable keyboard. That's what tablets are. Yes, they are running another operating system, but that's basically what they are. And they are small, they are lightweight. So a tablet can be as big as you want it to, and way smaller and portable than a laptop ever would have been. There's just so many benefits for tablets, man. There's a reason why tablets are sold more and more and more, and laptops are sold less and less and less. You can just plug a keyboard with a touchpad on it, and you can use that on your tablet. It's that easy. Or you can plug a mouse into it and use a mouse. You don't have to use your pointy thingies. You don't have to use them. You can just plug in a keyboard and mouse either via Bluetooth or put a dongle up its butthole and then plug it in via cables. And then you get like a little, I think it's like a little circle that represents where you are on the screen. And then you just point and click and you type and... No, because a tablet is more powerful than an Ultrabook. That's the whole point. The whole point is that tablets are becoming either as powerful or more powerful than most laptops and Ultrabooks and Chromebooks and stuff like that. This phone here is probably in a lot of use cases faster than my AMD computer I have over here. I will not be surprised if I could render a 1440p video faster on my phone than I can on my computer. Because of optimization of the software and stuff like that, and of course the hardware. And like I said, if you're getting on the Apple side, if you're getting a M chipset tablet, you're already faster than 90% of all laptops in the world. In a lot of use cases. The only thing that's holding laptops back, or not laptops, tablets back are software. A lot of the software that is really widely used on laptops are not ready for the tablet market yet, or they are in early stages of porting it over, because again, like I said, there's a reason why tablets is outselling laptops. It's there's like, go on to YouTube and see people using tablets with keyboard and mouse and stuff like that. So this keyboard I bought here is pre-looped. I love pre-looped fucking switches now. I'm a loop fan. So another thing about
this video is sponsored by...
Another thing that's really good about tablets is the portability of them. It's not because most people are casual, Lizard. There's a lot of developers using tablets. There's a lot of accountants, business people using tablets. This is like Dex, Samsung Dex, but iPads can give you kind of some of the same experience. What sells a tablet for most people is basically the adaptability, I think you will call it. So, where the fuck is my tablets over there? So your tablet can be, let's pretend this is a tablet. It can be as small, let's say it's this big, as this here, or it can be as convoluted as what this girl is doing here right now. If you buy a Ultrabook, a Chromebook, a laptop, that's the form factor that you have. That's it. That's it. You can't really do anything about it. Yeah, I use your loop, Lamer, the Lamar loop. Yeah. If you go to meetings and stuff like that, and they're not like 80-year-old grandpas that you go to meeting with, phones and tablets are taking over pen and paper in meetings nowadays. Because what a lot of people do is they take the dictation app out from their iPhones, they throw it on the table, and then the iPhone just dictate everything into text form that is being said under the meeting. Samsung can do the same on tablets and so on. I'm sorry to say it, but if you are a tablet, if you are a laptop lover, your days are numbered. And we are talking maybe 5 years, then getting a good laptop is kind of like going and trying finding gold. Yeah, it's yeah, tablets are killed, drawing tablets, yeah. Yeah, Surface tablets is a little bit weird. Yeah, this is what sells tablets for a lot of people, is that they can do stuff like this. Or it can be just the screen that you have in your backpack. Or like, let's say you're sitting in a train and you need to just consume content. You don't have to have a keyboard and all of that extra shit attached to it. You just take the screen up or the tablet up. And you just go nuts. This is actually a really good channel, by the way. Oh, she needs to clean her keyboard. But yeah. If you go and research YouTube about how people use their tablets, it's mental. Microsoft will go the tablet market. They will go the tablet market. Oh yeah, I really want an iPad Pro also. Well, no, actually, I was actually thinking about buying what is it called? Was it an iPad 8? 8th gen? No, 9th gen. That's the latest one, right? Oh, not the latest one, but the previous model. Oh, we can see that if we go into iPads. Yeah, this one here. So if we go into America, it's actually not that fucking expensive. Yeah, it's $330. I'm actually like, if I should buy an iPad, I think I would just buy the like, you could get this used for like $300 or $180 or $280. And you're getting most of the features that you want. Hey, Stevie. And you have more of that pretty lady. There you go. Let's do some tidying Windows management here. I would just go for this one here, man. I will just go for this one here. Unless, like, you're going to use your tablet 24/7, and as a laptop, I will go, of course, with the Pro or this one here. But if it's just like bus, you know, you use it on the bus, you use it on the toilet, in bed, you know, to consume content and stuff, I would just go with the previous gen iPad. Because you don't need all the bells and whistles that comes with the newer version of it. And to be honest, this is not that fucking, like... For what you get, it's not that expensive. Hey, Adam. Yeah, it's not that crazy, to be honest. It's actually... I'll consume all her videos. Are you not married, Sleepy? It's Theo. Theo. She is a good looker. She is a good looker for sure. I used to not use, but I tend to watch Samsung content. She's really big into the Android ecosystem and Samsung and stuff like that. So I kind of like watching her stuff. Tech Essentials. Yeah, go check her out, man. That's right, Congo. Logitech have that Bluetooth, that keyboard connection, yeah. Yeah, but the 9th gen is even more powerful than they are. If you're into ear porn, you can see her ears here. If you really want to get that kink going. How can you live with that small of a back, girl? Come on. She's always so fucking happy, though. Of course she has a... So, I have noticed one thing. And Lama is going to hate me for saying this, but... The only people I have seen... Or, let me put it another way. Most of the people I've seen with a fold phone has all of them have had a vagina and titties. It's rarely that I see a guy with a fold, like a Samsung Fold or something like that. It's always some fucking chick, more than likely a valley chick that has that, like, oh my god, kind of accent. You know, full of themselves, think they're the prettiest girl in the world, and then they yank out this fucking flip phone. I've rarely seen a guy at the gym like bench pressing 2,000 kilograms, then taking a flip phone up to take a selfie. So either you're a closet gay lamer, or you're really in touch with your feminine side. Yeah, I love them loops, yeah, lobes, yeah. She do have some pretty ears. It's getting creepy as fuck right now, but yeah. Yeah, but she does some good content. I highly recommend go watching her channel. Real men don't do selfies. I don't know. Like, I do like once in a while to do a selfie, but I kind of get you, yeah. Is it too big, Esnik? Is it too heavy? Is it too choppy? Is the phone too choppy for you? Every time I see someone on YouTube or in pictures, and what the fuck have you not, that has a fold phone, it's 9 out of 10 times a fucking girl. Your brother-in-law has an Android fold. Are they like really, like, are they grooming, you know, are they into like this whole metrosexual stuff? You know? Yeah, I think it's the... You sub to her. Don't be creepy, okay? Don't be creepy. Michael Bryan also do some really good videos about tech, to be honest. Android Digest. Wilson, you're kind of right. Folding phones are similar to those makeup cases. You think you could be right. You could be onto something there. It's a format that they are more used to with their makeup shit that they prop in their face and whatnot. You could be onto something there. But also, when you look at the marketing material for the fold phones, you know, it's mostly catered towards females. Like the color scheme of them and how they market it. So I worked with a guy that had the first Samsung Fold, the big Fold, and I was messing with it, and it's too fucking thick, man. It's too thick. It's too thick. It's and the battery life sucks. It just go with a normal phone, man. And they're expensive, yeah. No, I don't look up folding phones. But if I scroll through, so here's how I'm noticing it. If I scroll through Instagram, if it's a girl, she probably have a folding phone. If I look at the influencer on YouTube, if it's a girl, she probably has a folding phone. Funny enough, if I watch girls getting pulled over by the cops, they more than likely have a fucking Apple phone. And more than likely, they also are the most fucking obnoxious fucking Karens in the world. But they're swinging around an Apple phone. But the Instagram influencer and YouTubers, if they're girls, they more than likely have a fold. I don't. The only phones I look up are Samsung S series and Apple Pro series. The rest I'm not really that into. Yeah, flip phones. I had a flip phone also, Esnik, but they were really small. Like I don't want to buy mid or low range phones anymore because you get a lot of fucking extra good stuff by paying a little bit extra. And it's noticeable better. Yeah, the Microsoft Surface Duo, yeah. Yeah, we'd rather bring an iPad, yeah. Oh, Razer, Motorola Razer, yeah, I remember those. Yeah, old Samsung flip phone was a tank, yeah. Yeah, do you guys remember this whole, like, iPad? Like, when iPad started to get the cams behind them, everyone was going and taking selfies with the iPads. Like, 4 or 5 years ago. This was like this thing to do, like, 7 or 8 years ago. You used your tablet as a fucking way of taking selfies because they had better cams than most phones had, or most people's phones had. Like having like this fucking big thing, fucking a mess, man. Hello, what's going on here? What are you drinking? This I can kind of live with. Also, she's resting it on her boob. That's fucking good craftsmanship right there. This is lame as girlfriends. This is like lame as girls. Yeah, there are people taking selfies with laptops, yeah. This is like lame as poster girl. Some like full of herself, big titty, Apple fan. Like a Karen in disguise, and yeah. This dude here makes a lot of good consumer electronic content also. My cleavage. Oh, I actually have a picture about that I sent to a friend one day. Taifu, I could not agree with you more. I'm like, if you need a folding phone, just get a fucking, like, get a 7-inch tablet or something like that. You know, yeah, moves. Yeah, I actually I sent I sent my moves to a friend one day. He was really depressed, so I was like, well, if the girls don't want to send you titty pictures, I can send you a titty picture. So I sent him my hairy ass chest. If the dick pic is done with a tablet, you need to... yeah. But you can use... So here's the thing. What you could do is that you could use the tablet as a measurement, like, indicator for your dick. So you can have your tablet on the table and your dick beside it, and then take the picture with your phone. So people can... You know, look at it. How am I going to play games if only sells on tablet? There is a lot of games. Genshin Impact, Fortnite, Call of Duty. There's a lot of games that are being played on tablet, and you have to stop thinking about a tablet like a desktop. Stop thinking about tablet like a desktop. Think about tablet as a phone. Or as when we're talking gaming, think about a tablet as a console. It's like saying, how can I play games on a console? Do I need a plug-in GPU? No. They make the games run on the hardware that it comes with. They optimize the games. They are... Skyrim, you can play... I think you can play Skyrim on a phone, if I'm not mistaken. Morrowind. They just make the games run on the hardware that's accessible. But yeah, in the future, you can probably get a plug-in GPU. Probably. They're already out there, to be honest. For the Steam Deck, I think, have one. Or is it like the Asus Ally have one? You can get plug-in GPUs for laptops that a lot of graphical people use. You know. I don't know why people are so like, no tablets, blah. Like, everything indicate that laptops is going to die soon. Well, not go off the face of the earth, but, you know, people really love statistics. They really love to say, oh, Linux is 3% of the market and shit like that. Well, then look at the statistics that say that laptops is going to be phased out soon in favor for tablets. So that means that there is a market for it. That means that people can do whatever they want on it. And that also means that it will get better and better support. It will get better and better hardware. It will also mean that you can do more and more things. Yeah, external GPUs have been around for years. A tablet to me is like an extension to your PC. Yeah, that's not how you should look at it. It used to be like that back in the day. But when tablet came out and smartphones came out, they were just an extension for your computer. Nowadays, your phone and your tablet can replace your computer and your laptop for most people. Like, you can do everything you do on your computer and or laptop right now on your phone and your tablet for most people. And they're already doing it. Every statistic out there say that they're doing it. But why do you think you see nurses and doctors and construction workers and blah 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 running around more? Cops, for fuck's sake. Go watch Cops. They are starting to fucking, you know, their computer, they have their laptop they run around with. They are starting to run around with tablets now. Tablets are not restrictive. The only thing that they're restrictive with is the hardware. If you're buying an Android, you can do almost anything with that tablet. I just want them all to switch to light phone, tablet, or it's like Android. Windows is so old and one so heavy. You make no sense now, James. Yeah, well, you can do that on a tablet and a phone now, Esnik. Samsung DeX, you can do that. You can even do it on a fucking, iPhone, but I don't think... Can you connect an iPhone to external display? I don't think you can. I have another theory, Lizard. I think that the whole mobile phone network is going to be replaced with Wi-Fi. Like this, Wi-Fi. Satellite Wi-Fi. It just needs to be, something like Starlink and stuff like that. Because the whole mobile network is kind of a little bit outdated when you think about it. And when you think about how much you can do with Wi-Fi, the only limitation with Wi-Fi right now is that the coverage is not that great. But if they can make it like, just basically put a Wi-Fi route up in space, more or less, that would probably kill off the mobile network. I can't do anything without keyboard and mouse. In the future, I hope they come up with a new controller. There is, you know what a new controller for the touchscreen is? Or if you have a PlayStation controller, or if you have a Logitech controller, any Bluetooth device can connect to your fucking tablet or your phone and you can use it. Hey, Tinker. Like, it baffles me that there's so many people trying to be like anti-tablet and stuff like that. It's like, have you guys not watched YouTube? Have you not watched, tech reviewers? If I had batteries in this one here, I could connect it to my laptop, or not laptop, to my tablet or my phone, and I can play whatever fucking game I want. That's available, of course, on the device. With this. It's kind of the same mentality that Linux users have with Windows. They live in a world that existed 10 years ago. So when I talk to Linux users that have not used Linux in a long time, they talk about Linux like it was like Windows 95 or Windows XP or Windows, 8 or something like that. That's the last time they can remember something from Linux or from Windows. And when I talk a lot with these like people that just won't see what's in front of them when it comes to tablets and phones, they are like, oh yeah, well, phones only have 1 megapixel cam, and you can't zoom on a phone, and you can't take really good pictures on a phone, and what world are you living in? like this phone here takes better videos and pictures than most high-end fucking consumer webcams does, or consumer point-and-click cameras do. Like, I can connect this pre-made, pre-looped enthusiast keyboard to either my phone or my fucking tablet. This mouse, I can. Hey, Will. No one really talks about megapixel anymore, right? They kind of do. Only people that know what they talk about kind of talks about megapixels. Yeah, I'm great, man. Because megapixels is really confusing for a lot of people what it means for the picture. You live in a world that existed 20, 30 years ago. Yeah. I mean, it just really frustrates. Like, what about smartwatches? Do you not believe in them either? It's weird. Like, it's this kind of... Go eat some food, dude. And cock is not food. Cock is not food. Go eat some real food. No, Wilson, they don't. They don't count the amount of cams either. They talk about the lens. It's all about how big are the lens and what quality are the mirrors in the lens. So the bigger, the better pictures it takes, the better low lights it can handle, and what lens it is also have a lot to say with the quality. And of course, megapixel also plays into it somewhat. But megapixel for most people only mean that how much can I zoom in and out when I'm taking the picture, basically. Like artificially zoom in. So think of it a little bit like the resolution of the picture. Like the individual dot resolution of the picture. Most pictures that you see on Instagram that's taken from an iPhone, most of them are being taken in 12 megapixel mode. So this phone here, I can do 12 or 48 megapixel mode. If I just take stock standard iPhone pictures, you know, the pre-settings that's on there, that's 12 megapixel. If I go into something called RAW mode, it's basically meant for, you know, real life, massively big files that you then can go and do a lot of post-processing on and stuff like that. That's when you do the 48 megapixel. So why do they do it like that? Well, that's because if you take it into Lightroom and you want to alter a lot of things on it, you want to crop stuff out, you want to zoom in, highlight some stuff, you want to edit the picture. It's a good idea to have a lot of megapixel. But if you just want to point and shoot and click, it's not that important to have a lot of megapixels, unless you're going to alter the picture, basically. So define a smartwatch. Smartwatches is one of the most popular thing in the world right now, because you have to kind of distinguish between a dumb watch, a fitness watch, or fitness tracker, and a smartwatch. They are three different categories, and they can blur the lines a little bit, but they are kind of those three generalized. My smartwatch sits here on the charger most of the time. Yeah, that's an indication that you have a smartwatch. Is the battery life is fucking suck. You can get small smartwatches, but yeah, I need big watches. This is a 45 plus millimeter, and it looks tiny on my wrist. People like, if you go outside in industrial, or not, we can't say that anymore, but in a first world country, most of them have either a Samsung Pixel or what is it called? Apple Watch. So this here is not a smartwatch. This is not a smartwatch. It can do notification, and I can control calls and stuff like that, but it's not a smartwatch. Quartz is so much more accurate. That's debatable. There's a lot of smartwatches that looks like they're called hybrid watches. Yeah. Again, it's people not understanding the current tech culture if they think that smartwatches is not being used that much, to be honest. And let's face it. Mechanical watches is like almost no one outside of the watch community use mechanical watches anymore. A third world countries, everyone wear Rolex. That's right. Yep, there's a Apple Watch can replace your phone. Samsung Galaxy watches can replace your phone if you get the cellular version of it. The only drawback is that they will probably not even last you 24 hours. That's the problem. But when smartwatches fix the battery issue, like let's say this one here, I will probably get about 2 weeks of battery life out of this one here. But it's not a smartwatch. It's a fitness watch. It's a outdoor fitness hiking kind of watch. Where a Samsung, a Apple Watch, they are smartwatches. A Fitbit, that's not a smartwatch, it's a fitness watch. Garmin is a little bit between smartwatches and fitness watches, but they are more fitness than they are smartwatches. This is a Suunto, they are more fitness than smartwatches. Wearables can be used for all of them, because you're wearing them. But there are videos of people using their Samsung watch or their Apple Watch for a day without a phone. It is doable. The thing is just battery life. So if you want to know if you have a real smartwatch, battery life. If they last about 4 days, you probably have a smartwatch. Yeah, G-Shock. I have. Where the fuck is my G-Shock? Yeah. I have one here. This has like 10 years battery life on it. It's without Bluetooth. I'm actually thinking about getting a Bluetooth G-Watch also. But yeah, G-Shocks are fucking amazing, man. So, if a smartwatch is borderline a dumb watch, it's not a smartwatch, it's a fitness tracker, an activity tracking device. Just because you can connect it to your phone, don't make it a smartwatch. That's what a lot of people tend to forget. So, the best way of thinking about a smartwatch: Galaxy Watch, Apple Watch, Huawei Watch, Pixel Watch, TicWatch, those are smartwatches. Garmin, those are fitness activity trackers with a lot of smartwatch features, but they are fitness and activity trackers. Suunto, like this one here, fitness activity trackers. Fitbit, fitness activity trackers. Anything from G-Shock. G-Shock have one smartwatch, but most G-Shocks, activity trackers. There's a massive difference between that. The biggest difference is that if the best way you can also see it is that is it running Wear OS, then it's a smartwatch. If it's running, Suunto had a smartwatch also, it's called Suunto 7, but they don't make it anymore. Is it running? Well, only Apple Watches run Apple's Watch OS. So, but if it's running an Android OS on the watch, it's a smartwatch. If it's running something of that nature, it's a smartwatch. This is running some dumb fucking minimalistic operating system. That's why I can get like 2 weeks out of it or something like that. You know. Just because you can connect it to your phone, don't mean that it's a smartwatch. No, they don't. They don't, Wilson. They don't. The only people that call fitness watches smartwatches are users, not ads. Not even YouTubers that review them. Here's a really good channel of a guy that reviews fitness trackers, sports watches and stuff like that. There's DC Rainmaker. I can't remember. There's Seize the Summit is another good one. I can't fucking spell his name, but yeah, there's Seize the Summit, DC Rainmaker, DashFit, and I can't remember the other ones. They do mostly they only do, running watches, fitness trackers, and all of these things. They also, of course, reviews Samsung and Apple watches, but mostly from a fitness standpoint. We need smart people more than we need smart watches. Then don't go on the internet, because most people on the fucking internet are stupid people. Yeah. I'm sorry to say it, but I just got a budget Android tablet for the first time. First tablet after my iPad 2. Oh, that's unusable. Even though it's a budget tablet, it's usable. Using it as a second screen now via Windows. Yeah, that's actually really amazing. So for all of you amazing Linux people out there, can you use can you do that with Linux? I don't know if you can use a tablet as a secondary monitor on Linux. Yeah, here we have DC Rainmaker. I think this one here is good also. DC Rainmaker really goes into details with like he does like this designated tours of how to set everything up in the watch and go over the UI and what have you not. But yeah, if you want to know what a smartwatch and what a fitness tracker is, you watch these channels. They will explain it to you really, really easy. There's a reason why you don't see ultramarathoners and ultra hikers they don't use Galaxy watches or Apple watches. They may use the Ultra, but for the most part they don't, and that's because they suck at doing anything fitness for the most part. Sleep tracking they're really good at. At least Samsung is really good with their sleep tracking. Mi Band is actually really good. I have one laying around here somewhere. I think it's in the drawer somewhere. You need an IQ test for watches to settle this question. No, it's not. It's not that fucking difficult. It's really not that difficult. The reality is that there's not a lot of smartwatches out there because they are smartwatches and they have this always connectivity to the phone and all this blah blah blah. They drain the battery like nothing. They love battery. And look at what are they running? Are they running Android, Wear OS? It's more than likely a smartwatch. Can you reply easily back to text? Can you easily control your phone from your watch? Then it's probably a smartwatch. But if you can only look at notification and delete them, or see if someone is calling you, maybe pick up the phone if you have earbuds on, it's probably a fitness tracker. If it's only have, or most of the features on your watch is about your health, this watch here has altitude, it has biometric pressure, it has heart rate sensor, it has fitness tracking, sleep tracking, it can track if I'm stressed out, and all of that fucking shit. That's all it can do. That's all it can do. And then I can see my notifications. That's all it can do. That's a fitness tracker. That's not true either. That's not true. That's not true. People are smarter than you think. People are smarter than you think. That's another misconception I think a lot of people have, is that they think everyone is stupid. Because they are smart. So therefore everyone is stupid. People are smarter than you think. That's like... I would bet that like... If we took like 100 people and we gave them a Garmin, a Galaxy Watch, a Suunto, a Fitbit, they would probably say, yeah, they would probably more than likely figure out which one was a smartwatch. Like maybe 80% of them. 80% of them. Most people on the internet are stupid. Yeah, learn sarcasm, Lizard. Something called sarcasm. I know it's a really strange concept, but it's something that people do when they make fun of other people. So when I say most people on the internet are stupid, it's because most people on the internet think they are the smartest person on earth. So therefore, if you say that, oh, well, most people on the internet are stupid, you kind of insult them. And they get triggered. It's called sarcasm. But people are... So here's how it works. Here's how it works. Most people that comment, exactly, Conquer, the Dunning-Kruger effect. Most people that comment on anything social media that don't have a working knowledge or a provable education in what they're talking about probably have no fucking idea what they're talking about. Most of the time. So unless you are a teacher or a PhD or whatever you will call, or you work within the area for fucking years and years and years and blah blah blah, most people commenting or talking about anything online, they probably don't know only 10% of what it is. Just like in real life. When you go and talk to your body at work about nuclear fucking fusion, none of you know much about nuclear fusion. I don't either, to be honest. We just know the basics, but we think we know a shit ton about it. That's how people are mostly on the internet when they're commenting. That don't mean that they are stupid. It just means that people, just like in real life, they love to give their opinion about things that they don't know much about. That don't mean that they're stupid. It just means that in this area, this specific thing we are talking about, you just don't have all the knowledge apparently, or all the facts and blah 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 blah. And most people that comment on the internet are people that just have to put in their 2 cents. Just like in real life, they can't shut their fucking mouth up. And those people tend to, on average, not be that smart. Those people. So again, if you take YouTube, most people that comment on YouTube videos, think about it like this. Who has time to comment on a YouTube video all the time and have a massive long debate in a comment section on a YouTube video, or it could be on a blog post or Reddit post or stuff like that? Who has the time to do that? Well, probably people that don't have a full-time job. Probably people that don't have a lot of social engagement or responsibilities. Or if they have, they are doing it while they're doing those social activities. So when you see someone that is commenting all the time and are online all the time on whatever social media platform it must be, or forum, what you will call it, that's probably because that's their life. And then they're trying to debate someone that is actually out there doing the thing that they are talking about. They're trying to educate someone in nuclear fission, that's actually working with nuclear fusion. You know, they are trying to educate someone that sits and program 18 hours a day about programming while they have never touched a line of code themselves. Those are the same people that tend to be really, really active in comment sections, on forums, on social media, because they don't have anything better to do, basically. It is what it is. And yes, those people is probably not the smartest people, because then they will be out there doing the thing. You know, if someone is really smart about a subject and are so much smarter than you are, for example, let's say you're working as a whatever it is, and someone is coming in and telling you how to do your job and you're doing it wrong and blah blah blah. If they were that good at your job, why are they not hired in a higher paid position than you are doing your job? If someone is so much better of a programmer than you are, for example, why are they not hired as a programmer then? And making shit ton of money? Probably because they are not that good at it. You get what I'm coming at here? So you should really be worried about people that tells you how to do your job. Because most of those people have no idea how to do your job. Or else they will be doing your job. What is this saying about musicians? If Tinga is still here, he knows what I'm talking about. That there's this saying that every music critic is a failed musician. So because they could not make it as a musician, they start to criticize music. They write articles about it instead and stuff like that. You get what I'm coming at here. Linux users are smart. Disheartened religious Linux users in a nutshell, yeah. Telling everyone, what is the best for everyone. Yeah, that if someone tells you what you should do with your life and they know what's best for you, never listen to them. Never listen to them. I don't care what. We're not talking Linux, about anything in life. If someone comes up to you and say, you should do this, you should be doing this, you should be doing this, you should be doing this, don't listen to them. Because they don't know you. They don't care about you. Because if they cared about you, they will not tell you what to do. They will talk to you and then give you probably recommendation, like, I think you should be doing this, or why are you not doing this? Oh, that makes sense why you're not doing this. They will not just go out and tell you what to do. Every time someone judge you or tell you what to do, especially if they don't know you, don't listen to them. Those who can't do, those who can't teach, those who can't do, those who can't teach, is what I learned in school. Yeah, those who can do so and those who can't teach. Yeah, that's right, yeah. What happened the last month, Wilson? So, I'm not saying you should not listen to anyone, dog. What I'm saying is you should listen to people that you know have your best interest at heart. There's a massive difference of like, okay, everyone is just stupid and don't, know what they're talking about. If DJ Ware comes up to you and talk about Linux, you better just shut your mouth and listen. If DistroTube comes up to you and talk about Linux, yeah, you can shut your ears. Like, but you have to know where the person's coming from. You can't just say that I am not going to listen to anyone, because that's just as bad. If you don't listen to anyone, you are setting yourself up to failure. Because it is 1,000 guaranteed % right that you will never right all the time. And it's 1,000% guaranteed that you need to listen to someone at some point in your life. More than often than not. Hey Martin. Hope you're doing well, man. So on the other hand, you should not listen to random people. But on the opposite side, listen to the right people. I don't know how to explain it better, but you can't just say that I am the all-knowing being and I know everything and fuck everyone else and all. That won't work. That won't work. Listen to people that you trust. Listen to people that you know or have validated that they know what they're talking about. But don't listen to some random person just come running up the street and yelling in your face because you took you looked at them wrong, or you bent over in a wrong fucking way and your crack showed, or something stupid like that. Don't listen to them. Don't listen to some random person on the fucking internet telling you that you are a bad person for using proprietary software, Windows, or you're using Ubuntu, so you're not a real Linux user. Jazz hands all over the place. Yeah, don't listen to those fucking idiots, But listen to people like DJ Ware and stuff like that. What if Chris Tice Text comes talking Windows? I would probably listen to him if he was talking Windows. Yeah, I'm good, Martin. I will probably listen to him, yeah. I'm going to drink some soda. Yeah, I will probably listen to him. But I will be skeptical. But I will probably listen to him. What is that Russian saying? Trust but verify. So do that, If Chris Titus Tech came up to me and started to talk Windows, I would listen to him, but I will go and check up on it. I would be talking, I would be asking around, is it right what he's saying? Or if it's like, oh yeah, this seems so logical that, yeah, it has to be right. I will of course just listen to him. But if he starts to talk about it, I'm like, yeah, this sounds a little bit crazy, or a little bit like, can that be right? I will go and maybe look at Microsoft documentation or ask some other people or something like that. You know. But I will listen to him if he talks Linux, just to see what batshit crazy shit he has to say about Linux. But let's just say for the thumbnail alone, it made me want to look away. Quiztiles tech somehow keep getting recommended to me. Yeah, so this is how you deal with it. You click here. If you are logged into YouTube, there is something called not interested and don't show me this channel anymore. Then you just click don't show me this channel anymore. I had to do that with the Mental Outlaw, Luke Smith, DistroTube, Quiztiles Tech, and some other Linux YouTubers. You just go in there and then you just click don't recommend this channel anymore. Then you can, then you don't get any recommendation. Even if you look at their content, you will not get any recommendation. That's how I deal with it. But you need to be logged in. You need to be logged in. The fuck? Am I logged in here? I am. Oh, that's my work account. When I say work account, it's a random Gmail that I made. Oh god. Oh, they got the. Yeah, let's just continue. What's wrong with Mental Outlaw? How much time do you have? How much time do you have? Let me put it that way. How much time do you have? Yeah, I don't think you can have options in search menus, sadly enough, or search results. Why Windows is better? Because they are faster and can make advantage of your hardware better and have a vast selection of software and games. Yeah. Luke Smith blacklisted. Yeah. You're playing League. Oh god, I haven't played League in years. I just got fed up with the toxic, crazy people. I just remember something a few weeks ago. A lot of Linux people are freaking out because of. Oh yeah, Red Hat. Yeah. They're just freaking out because they they don't know what's going on. That's the easiest way I can put it. Yeah, Dota. I never really got into Dota. I played it like a few hours and that's it. So, why is Mental Outlaw? Or what's wrong with Mental Outlaw? Mental Outlaw is more interesting in pushing a narrative and an idea than correct information and guidance. So think about Mental Outlaw as someone trying to convert you into a religion. And they will do everything they can to convert you into said religion. That's how you should look at Mental Outlaw. that means that he will bend the truth a little bit, not tell you everything you need to hear to fit a point or narrative that he wants to push. That is that Linux is the almighty leader of the world and blah, 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 blah. And then to go out and blatantly lie in a lot of videos. And misrepresenting a lot of things to fit a narrative. Like the dude tried to make, what was it he was making? A tuna salad or something like that? And putting oysters in it. Like, yeah, we reacted to it on one of my live streams. He comes across like one of those people that is like, I know everything, I am right. I know those narcissistic people that think how the, it is a manipulation, exactly. It is not, I would not call it toxic manipulation. Like, he's not doing it to physically hurt you or harm you. But he is trying to manipulate you over to the Linux side. And DistroTroope is exactly the same. Luke Smith, the same. Luke Smith have some interesting videos, but that's the problem here. That's the problem with a lot of that kind of stuff, because DistroTroope can make a fucking amazing good video once in a while. Chris Titus Tech can make a really good video once in a while. Luke Smith, Mental Outlaw, can make a really, really, really good video once in a while. The thing is, you kind of have to understand where they're coming from. Just because you agree with them a few times, that don't mean that, okay, they are on the up and stuff. Like, there's probably some things that dictators have done and are doing in the world that is not bad and actually are helping the people that they are dictating over and stuff like that. And you'll be like, yeah, that's fucking amazing that they did that thing. But they also putting people into a dungeon and not looping them up and massively abusing them. But they did this good thing. It's a little bit how Linux users look at Valve. Like, Valve is categorically one of the worst companies on earth when it comes to privacy, data collection, and ownership of software. Like, when you're using Steam, you are Valve's bottom bitch. You don't own anything. They are taking so many fucking telemetry and data from you, so it's not even funny. But because they do Proton, the Linux users love them. So they do all of these bad things that Linux users don't like, Microsoft are doing, Apple are doing, and so on and so on. But because they're doing this Protons thing and we can game under Linux, they're on the up and up. Yeah, they're doing a nice thing. They're doing a great thing for gaming on Linux. But that don't excuse all the other batshit crazy shit that they're doing. So, if you don't like Microsoft doing those things, you should not like Steam doing those things. That's the whole thing you have to think about. And that's why I call Linux users the biggest hypocrites on earth. Because they will love to say, oh my god, now you need a fucking Windows account to use, or a Microsoft account to use Windows. Yeah, you need a fucking Steam account to use Steam. You need a user account to use most things in life. Why are you only angry at Microsoft for doing that? It don't matter how you run Steam. Linux don't protect you against what Steam does. That's a misconception that Linux users have. I actually recorded a video. I need to edit, but I don't know if I want to do it because they will get angry. Because Linux don't protect you against what programs do. Linux don't protect you against what the internet do to you. Linux only protect you against what's going on your hard drive. Like your pictures, your work documents and stuff like that in here, stuff like that in here. That's what Linux protects you against, what you have in here and going on in here. Linux don't protect you against Firefox. It don't protect you against Valve Steam. It don't protect you against YouTube. It don't protect you against anything Google. It's a misconception that Linux protects you. You can harden Linux as much as you can. What you're basically saying is that, yeah, Steam can take all of my telemetry, but you cannot hack my my Mankini pictures I have in my folder, in my picture folder. That's basically what you're saying. You know, Linux is like, Linux is one tool. If you care about privacy, if you care about security, let's just take those two. It's not a one-shop do-all. Look at it like this. If I ate a salad a week, and I'm like, yep, I'm so much into healthy eating, I eat a salad a week. But then I eat pizza for the rest of the fucking month. But every Wednesday, it's salad day. So therefore, I'm doing everything I need to do for better eating. No. It don't matter one bit if I eat one salad a day. Or if I go to the gym, I go to the gym 30 minutes a month. Therefore, I'm really into fitness and health. And no, you're not. You have to look at it as an accumulation of stuff. Yes, you do Linux. What else are you doing? What other things are you doing? Linux don't protect you against the data that Valve takes, for example. So it will still take how many cores you have, how many games you have, your credit card information if you have that attached to it, or your payment option. It will still track the games, the game time, the graphic cards, how long you play the games, and blah blah blah. Linux won't protect you against that. That's just Steam. We can talk other programs beside that. They help proprietary software more by sending Steam money. Exactly right, yeah. They would be better off pirating the games on Windows if they were actually against those. No, what they should do. Piracy is never a thing that you should recommend because that's stealing. Stealing is never a thing you recommend. If you steal a piece of software, you might as well go steal a car. It's the same fucking shit. It's the same shit. But what you should do is go and use GOG, for example. Galaxy, I think it's called. That's the one, right? Where you own when you buy something in here, you own it. It's yours. This is how you go in and you combat Steam by supporting these efforts here. And I think GOG is working under Linux also, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's working under Linux. Or at least it used to. I think it's working under Linux. Don't they have a client anymore? They used to have a client. We haven't looked at it. That's true. Most of your information is on the internet anyway, yeah. Some ordinary gamers Mutahar runs arts, by the way. That don't mean anything. Mutahar, just because he has a lot of subscribers, don't mean that he's like the authority about what's... Like, Mutahar had, like, in my humble opinion, I used to really love Mutahar, but he's dropped off the fucking... his quality of his content have dropped off drastically. And he's been saying some crazy shit that if you go out and actually research it, it's may not be as up and up as you think it is. I'm not saying that he's a bad dude or anything. I'm just saying that he's not the epitome of how to be the most private person on Earth, for example. Just the fact that he has a YouTube channel shows you that he's not the epitome of what privacy is. Yeah, GOG games is quite good, yeah. Yeah, but never recommend anyone to steal anything. It's the stupidest thing I ever heard when people say it's a low effort way of justifying doing illegal shit. Yeah, he is becoming a little bit of a drama guy, yeah. Always do your own research, yeah, exactly. 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 And again, running Linux is not going to protect you against much, to be honest. It really is not. Other than what's locally on your machine, like data that you have on your machine, or what the operating system does, but it won't protect you against GPS locations, it won't protect you against spoofing, it won't protect you against phishing emails, it won't protect you against all of them. Like, imagine how much sensitive data your bank has about you, just from your economic endeavors in life. Your bank probably knows more about you than anyone else on earth besides your fucking doctor. And nobody's talking. They really nearly gladly use credit card and debit cards, and nothing is more tracked than those fucking things are. That's how a lot of criminals are being fucking, found, is spending money. Like, using that fucking shit. Or driving a car. If you have GPS in your car, you're fucked, man. You're boned. Like I said, if you are... It really irritates me when the Linux people like, oh, I'm so private and blah, 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 because I run Linux. So welcome back, Layman. No, you're not. You're doing one... Like I said, it's like eating that one salad a week. It's like eating that one salad a week or going to the gym for 30 minutes a week. Yeah, is it more than people that don't do it? Yes. But in the grand scheme of things, it don't mean anything. They just like thinking with Linux, wish they just honest about... No, they don't like to... They don't even like to tinker with Linux. That's not even true. I wish that's what the case. I will say this. Most Linux YouTubers like to tinker with Linux. Most Linux users, they just like Linux because it's free. I don't have to pay for it. Let's be honest. That's why most people use Linux. It's free. I will say most Linux YouTubers, they kind of like tinkering with Linux because that's what their videos is about a lot of times. It's tinkering with Linux. So on that aspect, yeah. Linux YouTubers, yeah, they like to tinker, yeah. Yeah, I don't use Google products, but I have a YouTube channel and a Gmail account. Yeah, and an Android. I'm private because Apple said that they care about privacy. That's right, Lamo. The epitome of privacy is Apple. If you keep your phone with you where you go, then... Yeah, if you have your phone with you, you're fucked. They kind of... Well, Apple do care more about privacy than Apple in some aspects. In some aspects. Not all, but in some. In some aspects. Are we going to look at the Mac Minis again? That's kind of like a tradition here. For an upload of your government ID to verify your credit card. Yeah, that's not surprising, to be honest, with all of that fucking stolen credit cards that are being used. No, you know what? Oh, it's K4, V2. I can showcase my new keyboard. So this is my new keyboard. I have the one with the aluminum frame, depending on where you live in the world. And I have the Gator One Pro mechanical hot switches, and they are brown. Hey, Mabui. Are you stopped stalking chicks on the internet? So I just bought this one here. I got it for $120 or $30, I think it was on sale. The most private people liked in my grand. Yeah, you're right, Conker. Oh yeah, stolen credit cards used for a lot of things, yeah. That's right, yes, Nicky, that's right. Yeah, I just got this one yesterday. With the Blue Pro switches, so they are pre-looped and everything like that. Yeah, I've been. I had the Vortex without the key, without the numpad, but I wanted to try a hot swappable one. So this one here is hot swappable. Because I want to experiment. I really want to see if I can get some glorious pandas that's pre-looped. And try them out. Glorious pandas that's pre-looped. Or even some holy pandas that's pre-looped. Yeah, pre-loop sponsored by Lamar. But yeah, you see here, no, $110. I probably paid $124 in Denmark with taxes. So maybe $125 or $30 with taxes and stuff like that. But it's like typing on it compared to my Vortex. Fuck, it's nice, man. But yeah, if you get with the Gator 1 Pro, they are pre-looped and everything. It's fucking amazing, man. But yeah, I want to try it and mess with some other switches in the long run. But right now, I really fucking love these Gator 1 Pro. A lot of people don't like them for some reason. Like, this is the one that I have. A lot of people don't like the Gator 1 Pro Brown. It's not clicky enough for them. I think it's okay. You want a Q10? Yeah, they look nice. K-Tron, they make some good keyboards. So, I have not had any issues with Bluetooth. What I did notice with the Bluetooth connection was that I was live streaming yesterday on Twitch, and I was gaming. When it went out of battery, I wanted to drain the battery of my keyboard. So when it went out of battery, it was like my computer froze for like a split second. Like everything just stopped. I was like, what the fuck is going on? Is my computer crashing and stuff like that? And then I noticed it was my keyboard that was going. I don't know. It must have been something with the Bluetooth connection that was fucking something up in Windows. But it was like just a split second, like, you know, like that weird thing that your computer make that weird noise before it like crash, like it's stuttering or something like that. I got that. It may just have been a one-time coincidence. I don't know, but I have not had any issues with the Bluetooth yet. But I also have a really new motherboard with the newest Bluetooth technologies, with the newest I need to update the BIOS, but the previous version of the BIOS. So if you have Bluetooth connectivity issues and you're using the onboard Bluetooth on your motherboard, update your firmware and your BIOS. It could help you out a lot. Regarding your keyboard, don't you find the enter key is not L-shaped, hard to get used to? It is L-shaped. I don't know if you can see it. It is a Nordic keyboard. You can get them L-shaped. You can get them Nordic. I bought it at Pro Shop, Tenga. And you can just choose the layout. So yeah, it's my old keyboard. Oh, it's dirty as fuck. So forgive me. Let me clean it a little bit by shaking it over my head. This one here also have an L key or L keyboard. And this has the MX Brown switches. This is the LX Brown switches that's not looped. Or MX, Cherry MX. I'm thinking about taking this with me to work and use this at work. I want to use this at work, I think. because I don't have a big desk, so I may take that with me to work. I've heard so I've heard Docky keyboards should not be that good, but I don't know if that's the case. Yeah, I don't like MX Reds. They're too. I rest my fingers a lot on the keyboard, so I need like heavy keys, like browns and stuff like that. You know, heavy springs. So that was my first mechanical. That was not my first. My first mechanical keyboard was a Razer mechanical keyboard, and then I went back to membrane, and then I got the Vortex. But the Vortex was my first like high-end mechanical keyboard, and this is my second higher-end-ish keyboard. Like it's like not a high end, but you know it's like for pre-built it's a high end, you know. Yeah, I just read Robot is saying it's like it's like it's just like buying a Logitech with mechanical keyboards in it or something like that. Like nothing wrong with it, but it's nothing exciting about it either. You know, they're too mass-produced, or what you will call it. I don't know. What I like by Kaytron, or what the fuck they're called, is that this is like people that care about keyboards that are making these keyboards here. That's why I bought it. It's not like it's not like Logitech trying to get into the keyboard, you know, the mechanical keyboard market, and or some big corporation trying to you know, just be part of, you know, to capitalize on the market. Kaytron is like made by people that care about keyboards. I'm not saying they are perfect. There's a lot of people not liking their products. But when I say they don't like them, they are like, oh, I can do better if I build it myself. Kind of don't like it. If you get what I'm saying here. So that's what I hear when people talking about Kaytron, is that as for pre-built, they are okay. They are good, great, okay, up to that, you know. But you can do it better if you build it yourself. But it will also cost you more money. So every time I hear someone talks about Kaytron, it's like, it's a really good way of getting into the keyboard thingy. You know, the keyboard hobby. The Docky the same. Docky is probably also a really great way to get into the keyboard hobby. But Docky just, from what I have read and seen, seems to be more like a corporation kind of thing. Like I said, like Logitech putting mechanical keyboard in the keyboard, where these guys here are actually trying to, like, they're building it like they would build them for themselves, basically. So I think there's foam and all kind of shit in this one here also. But yeah, this is the first time I've tried looped up keys. Like, I'm not joking. This is the first time I tried looped up keys. And I don't know if you can hear the... I'm doing some shit here right now. Let me shut down the music. They're just so... Sorry for my mic here a little bit. They're just so nice to type to. And like I said, this is the first time I tried anything. Yeah, they're factory looped, yeah. So the Gator Pro, they come factory looped to Kaytron specifications. This one here, which is really good at typing at also. But this is like more, it feels more, it actually feels like it's more heavier than the one I have right now. Like the spring is more heavy. And they feel more loose. You know, But these are just the standard cherry brown ones. So this would be like driving an old muscle car. You know, I would say this is like driving an old muscle car, where the Cage one is driving like a modern muscle car. You know, it's kind of the same, but it's a little bit more refined. There's a lot of more. It just feels more modern, basically. You know, where the other one feels a little bit more archaic or more mechanical, or what? Not mechanical, but yeah, arcade, I think you would call it. Yeah, Vortex. I like Vortex. Yeah, Black Widow's my first keyboard. I tried to clean first and smashed it. Yeah, I do hear a lot of people like their doggy keyboards. So Cage one, you can download that fucking key mapping software that everyone bitches about. You can key map that with Cage one's keyboards also. VM or what the fuck? What is it called? Something weird. Yeah, a tech lead, he's a fucking nut. A lot of people say K-Con is good for those who just want to match key but not build one. Yeah, exactly, Wilson. Yeah, exactly. Troopers, a real force would be nice to try. Glorious is getting into keyboard systems. Yeah, Glorious, they've been in the keyboard market for years, man. Yeah, the scratchiness. Yeah, that's probably the best way of explaining it. It's not theirs. But I do like the scratchiness, though. The scratchiness kind of makes it feel more... Like I said, it's like driving a car, you know, with outdated... Yeah, VAR. Yeah, I think that it's VAR, the one. One of those two, yeah. This here feels like you're driving like a Rolls Royce. You don't feel any bumps, you know, like... It's just smooth with, you know, of course, with that little tactile bump. Where the other one, you feel everything. Like, to me, this feels like I said, modern shock absorbers and stuff like that, but still the same characteristic of the car. Where the other one is like, oh, you're just driving, you know, 70 springs and stuff like that. No, it's not like a 2-cylinder versus a 4-cylinder. No. That's more of a power issue. A tech lead he's the craziest person on YouTube. Like, if anyone listens to anything he says, they are fucking stupid. Because he's the stupidest man to ever fucking have existed. There's a reason why CoffeeZilla has a massive beef with him. Like, he's a fucking scammer and drifter and... stupid. He's a millionaire. Yeah. Do you really believe that? Do you really believe that? He may be it now. He may be it now. But when he started out, the dude was living with his parents, man. Like, if you're a millionaire, you don't live in your fucking parents', you know, spare guest room. He probably is it now. He probably is a millionaire now with all of the money he scammed out of people and stuff like that. But it's just recently he became like a millionaire, if he even is one. But yeah, for the most part of his YouTube career, he was a pro-gas motherfucker, man. Like here's the thing. If you know just a little bit about IT, you can pinpoint holes in most of the shit that he says. If you know a little bit about cryptocurrency and stuff like that, when he started to do that, you can easily punch hole in a lot of the shit that he says. Fake it till you make it, I guess. No, I would not even say that. He's a snake oil salesman. He's a snake oil salesman. That's what he is. Oh, he's like a wannabe IT millionaire guru that, you know, leaving Apple as a millionaire, leaving Google as a millionaire, being a tech lead as a millionaire. Why I don't drive a Tesla as a tech millionaire? his content is only held serious. No, so here's the thing. His content is 100,000% seriously until someone criticizes him. That's the problem. I think he worked at Facebook and Google, but not as a tech lead. He was probably the coffee guy. He was probably the coffee guy or the intern or something like that. He was probably just like either entry-level data technician or entry-level whatever the fuck it was. You know. He says he's a tech lead, but he probably had a tech lead job at one point. But here's the thing. With him, everything is seriously until someone is criticizing him. Then he's like, oh, well, I didn't really mean it. And, you know, the normally internet fucking bullshit. Yeah, but you don't know. You don't know why she took the kids and left him. Because I think he was like going to jail at some point for doing some bad shit crazy. Like either it was money fraud or something like that. And that's why she left him. Like he's not a good person. But I don't like, again, I don't know if this is true or not. It's just, again, I don't really listen to him or watch him or anything like that. It's only once in a while if CoffeeZilla have a beef with him, I watch a little bit of it. But I think there was something about that he was about to go to jail for some... Or he either that or I think for sure he got house arrest. And I think that was a contributing factor for his wife taking the kids and leaving him. And he must have been doing something he should not have been doing. And I can kind of understand that the wife runs away if he was doing crazy ass shit. And here's the thing, if he is like he is on YouTube in real life, which I think he is, because it's hard to pretend for that long, he's probably the guy that is going to nickel and dime and cheat his way to money from every people. Now I want a new keyboard, go get a new keyboard singer. Go treat yourself, man. Go treat yourself. He understand the YouTube game. I don't know. He's just good at clickbaiting. Not even like. Come at me with someone that understands the YouTube game, Mr. Beast. He understands the YouTube game. Tech Lead and DistroTube and Quiz Tech, they're just really good at clickbaiting. That's not the YouTube game. Because if you understand the YouTube game, you will be like a billionaire now or something like that. Or close to it. If you're just making okay money or rich, you're just really good at clickbaiting or something like that. You know? Like, you're just really good at either speaking to the niche you have or clickbaiting. I haven't watched DistroTube in forever. Next week, tomorrow, I'm going to edit my second return to reaction videos about eBoss Central. It got posted in my Discord about Windows security, where he basically just... I don't know why anyone on Earth would listen to eBoss Central. He basically sit and bitch and moan about not Windows, but Microsoft accounts without providing any evidence that it's not his own fault that his account got hacked. He's not showing us that he's using two-factor authentication. He's not showing us or telling us or making any inclination about his password strategies and or if he leaves it auto-logged in on 5, 6, 7 different computers around the place. And he's basically just bitching and moaning about... But here's the really... So I get these emails all the time from Microsoft. So I don't really read them. I just cleanse them and delete them. And then like 2 minutes later into the video, why don't I get emails from Microsoft saying that someone's trying to log into my account? Should they not send me emails? You just said that Microsoft kept sending you emails and you didn't read them. One of those emails, or some of them, were probably Microsoft sending an email to you saying that Someone is trying to get access to your account. But if you don't read them, that's not Microsoft issue. That's an eBoss issue. And that dude, man, he's probably the stupidest fucking Linux YouTuber on YouTube. I'm sorry, but I would watch every video from DistroTube 3 times over than just one video from eBoss Central. Oh, eBoss, he's the guy that got he got called out by DistroTube for patronizing, I think it's the word, a journalist, basically copy-pasting a journalist's article into a video and make a video like it was his own words. And then claiming a writer. At that point, he had like 20-something thousand subscribers. So he had a friend at work that wrote the script for him. So it's never DistroTube's eBoss fault. It's the writer's fault. He was like, yeah, I should probably have checked it. Yeah, of course you should have checked it. But I believed too much in him, and I wanted to give him I wanted to be a nice guy and help a friend out, and all of the excuses why it was never his fault. I made a reaction video to that video he made, and here's the thing. If you are the boss, or the CEO, whatever the fuck it is, or the manager, which he is of his channel, everything that happens to that channel is his fault. I don't care. If you are the alpha, if you are the fucking top dog, if you are the one controlling that channel, or that group of people, or that organization, no matter what happens, it's your fault. You should have done something to prevent it. That's why you are the man in charge, or woman. Let's not discriminate here. Had he just came out and say, yep, I made a bad hiring decision, will never happen again, I would have loved it. I would be like, yep, that's accountability. That's fucking top on. But he spent 10 minutes just basically putting away responsibility. And sadly, nowadays, people are really good at not taking responsibility. It's always someone else's fault. But if you want to have a YouTube channel, let's just use that as an example because that's what we're talking about. And you are the one having that YouTube channel. So that would be me hiring Tinker, for example, to do video research for me and write scripts for me. If Tinker fucks up and I make a video and I publish it, it's my fault. It's my channel. I am the one doing it. Yes, Tinker made the script, Tinker researched the video, but I didn't verify it, or I trusted in him too much. That's still my issue. That's still my fault. Because I am the one controlling this channel. I am the one that is basically steering this ship. So everything that happens on this channel is my fault. But he was really good at just putting it over to this fucking... And a lot of people say that guy don't exist. Like he didn't have a writer. And then one day, this is another thing. One day, he makes a video where he's a single father of 5 or something like that. Then a week later, he makes a video about laying in bed with his wife and talking about how great Linux is. But yeah, go watch some of his fucking videos. And again, if you have look at it like this. You have to do something massively fucking crazy to have DistroTube calling you out on it. Like, come on. If DistroTube is calling you out for doing something, you are fucked up. Because if you are pro Linux, DistroTube will fucking suck your cock and lick your balls all day, man. Because you're on the right side of history. So if you're fucking up in so much up that DistroTube is willing to call out a fellow extremist Linux cultist, you have fucked up. Okay, you have really fucked up. But yeah, he's like this all-knowing, all-righteous, you know. He's really good at This is how stupid the man is, okay? He was reading an article about a subject, about the a tier list. And then in the article, there was a link. Like, let's say here. Like here. There was a link to my top, another writer's top Linux distros of 2022, I think. Or let's just say top user-friendly Linux distro. I can't remember what it was. So he clicked that link and was like, well, why are you not saying the same as in this article then? Why are they not the same? Like, dude, that link was an advertisement. It was another writer's opinion. It has nothing to do with the fucking text that you just read. And he does that all the time. The dude don't know how to read a web page. He would be reading an article, and it would be like, there would be like another link to like a article in the same nature of what he's reading, to keep the people on the site and reading another article. And he thinks that, this must be part of the article then. And then you could clearly see it's two different articles with two different authors. Brain hurts. It's just like, dude, come on, man. Like everyone knows that if they read an article and there's like a random fucking link down there that is not part of the article, if it was part of the article, it would be in the article. Nobody called him out on it. It was something about a Microsoft account or something. I can't remember it. When are you going to do a tier list video ranking Linux YouTubers? It's really easy. I can do that now. Those are the 3 channels that you should watch. And I will probably do it like this here. That's the tier list. DJ Ware, level 1 Linux. Maybe Learn Linux TV. Learn Linux TV, I'm a little bit like, yeah. But the first 2, in my opinion, are the only Linux YouTubers you should ever listen to. I can't. Everyone else is water compared to these 2 channels. These 2 channels, the first ones up here, these 2 here, are the ones that knows the most, have the best information, that has... Everyone is biased, but as unbiased information. Level 1 can be a little bit biased, but on average, he's not that biased. Wendell. That's where you will get the best clean information. Every other channel has a lot of misinformation, opinionated bullshit spewed as facts, and batshit lies. Chris Titus Tech on God tier or something. He's not on your... Chris Titus Tech is not near my list. Like, he's not like... Chris Titus... Like, he would be like in the bottom... So it would he would be higher than DistroTube and Luke Smith and Mental Outlaw. But that would be about it. TechHot is also an okay channel, yeah. TechHot is also an okay channel. I will probably change this with TechHot. Hot. Hot or Hop? What is it? Hot. I'll probably do this, yeah. I forgot about TechHot. I don't even waste time with those other Linux YouTubers. No, I'm not a Linux YouTuber. Linux cast? Ah, fuck you. Yeah, I'm not a Linux YouTuber. The Linux cast, he's almost as batshit crazy as DistroTube and Luke Smith and the other ones. Yeah, I saw people talking about his Linux tier list. Something about him putting Arch as bad, but Endeavor OS as top tier, something stupid like that. No, the Linux cast was the guy that was making a rant video for 10 minutes, basically berating and racking down on his mom because he was using Windows. And he don't want to help her because he was using Windows. Like a spoiled little fucking child. E.T. is also okay, but I will not put him on any list either. E.T. is like mid-tier. It was something where he puts one distro on top tier and then the exact same distro just with another name, like a respin, on the lower tier, which makes no sense. Like, if you're an Arch guy, you also like easy. Like, if you like Arch, you also like Easy Archer, for example. Because it's Arch Linux. It's Arch Linux. A blind squirrel finds a nut once in a while. Like, just like dictators and bad people in history has also done good things. No one is 100% wrong all the time. No one is not 100% evil and bad all the time. That's a bad argument. Because then you can excuse every bad person on Earth because they've done something good at some point in their life. Apparently Kali Linux useless. Yeah. How long is that how long is that video? I don't want to search it. I really don't want to search. I don't want, because I don't want to taint my fucking system with his shit. I should react to it because a lot of people I don't want to deal with Linux people anymore. I'm not doing anything reacting to any Linux YouTubers. Other than if they're talking about Windows. If they talk about Windows, but if they're talking about Linux, I don't want to react to them. I don't want Linux. I just don't like Linux YouTube. Linux users, they make me fucking angry, man. It's the only community where every time, like, every time someone say the word Linux community, I poop myself a little bit in frustration. It's the only community where I'm like, ugh. I just want to, like, no, don't touch me that way. Bad touch, go away. I'm like, no, I don't want to. I just don't want, go away. Leave me alone. Well, I'm not really in the Linux community anymore, to be honest. It is a profitable thing to do, but you also have to think about your fucking mental state. And then you're being, nobody, if you make a channel about toxicity, your channel become toxic, I mean, Apple, Microsoft, and Linux Discord, same here. And the Linux ones have the most stubborn people I've ever... No, they are not stubborn. They are toxic. So if you talk to a Linux user, or because I've asked Linux communities this in Linux Discord, so like, why is it that Linux users tend to be really, really argumentative, won't listen to other viewpoint if it's not Linux, and so on, basically calling them toxic. And stubbornness, passion is being used to disguise that. Oh, it's just that Linux users are way more passionate and stubborn than any other communities out there, which is just a lie. Like, have you looked at the console war? Like, the console community? Have you looked at the fucking gaming community? Like, come on, Gamergate. Yeah, come on, man. But no, they're the only one that have excuses for why they are batshit crazy. For the influencer recruit from a cater. Oh, you can. Oh, you want the UK ISO one? Which one are you getting, Tinker? Which model? Which model? Oh yeah, you could start. No, it's not. Here's the thing: the psychology behind the why Linux users are like that is it's actually really easy. It's the same reason why we have sovereign citizens, why we have anarchists, we have Infowars. Linux is the IT world's sovereign citizen, basically. Linux users are the IT world's anti-government anarchist group. So it's really easy to understand why they are like that. It's just that it's just funny that they are the only one. Well, it makes sense that they are the only one being like that, but the fun part of it is that all of that stems from the Free Software Foundation. You can track all of that back to Richard Stallman. They won't accept other opinions that... Yeah, No, they will probably have an excuse for the discovery you come up with your psychology study. Where the OS isn't soft... Oh, God. So you're getting the same as mine, just without the numpad. Yeah, I was actually looking into this one, yeah. Yeah, I was looking into this one. Oh, you also got the HubSpot bowl. And you got the brown switches. Are they the Pro brown switches? I think they are. I think they are. If they are pre-looped, you will love it. If you get the pre-looped one. Yeah, I think you get the pre-loop. Yeah. They come with Pro switches, so you get the pre-looped one also. Oh, you will love it, man. You almost have to make... Just private the video. But when you have used it, make a video and give it to me on Discord or something like that. I want to see what you think, because it's a massive step up compared to... But it's basically the same keyboard as mine. I just have the numpads. I just like my numpads. I can live without it, but I do like my numpad. The fun thing is, I was still using the key rows to log into my Windows instead of the numpad, because I've been too used to not having numpad. I don't need numpad, but it's one of those it's nice to have, and it's not that much bigger than my other keyboard, so... I just like having it, but I still have to get used to actually have it now. Because when I logged into this VM, I was using the login password on the number row. Oh, yeah, if you have a MIDI, yeah, that's right. I programmed for a long time without a numpad. I didn't feel it that big of an issue. Is it nice to have the numpad as a programmer? Yeah, but like I said, you get used to just using the like I maybe I'm a little bit faster on the numpad, but it's not that big of an issue for me, at least. I don't find that as an issue. But I'm the same guy that can use a mouse with both hands, so yeah. I still use OpenSUSE. I just wanted to run Windows on this live stream because I've been running Linux. I don't. So here's the thing. I'm starting to use Linux less and less at home. Like, I almost only run Linux now the last month or so. The last month, I've only used Linux for live streams. Or if I had to do a video. I haven't really run Linux because I've been quieting Diablo 4 quite a lot. So I haven't had time to just sit and play around. Well, I have time, but the time that I normally would be spending messing with Linux, I've been spending messing with Diablo. The last month. Yeah, the same here. I mess with Linux when I'm bored and stuff, but I do kind of use Linux at work because the NAS server that we have is Linux, but there's a front end for it, so. And I use Linux once in a while in the, what is it called? The Google development console, or what the fuck it is. You know. You had to use Windows a lot due to OpenVPN issues, so that's a mess on the Linux. Logitech G keyboards are good. I love Logitech keyboards. Oh yeah, if you're a number puncher, you love. Yeah, I got it. Okay, 15.5. Oh, has it? Oh, I love typing on this fucking keyboard. Tinker, you would love this keyboard. I don't know, like Linux is kinda it like, you know what killed it for me? It's not that I don't want to mess with Linux. I've always like run like even when I ran Linux as my primary desktop, I would still take break from Tinker with it. You know, take like a month, 6 months break from Tinker with it and just use it. But after I started doing a lot of Windows admin stuff at work and messing with Windows and C# and setting computers up and dealing with all of this, like the Windows ecosystem, Linux just feels so outdated. I'm sorry to say it. It feels so outdated. It feels like I'm not saying you can't do the same stuff. It's just like when you're doing it under Linux versus Windows, it's like going into a Tesla versus going into like a 80s car, you know, like a Ford from the 80s or something like that. It just feels outdated, the way that they're doing it. Every time I sit down and have to do some administrative task on Linux, I'm like, on Windows it's just like ding, 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 Bob's your uncle, that works. But Linux just feels so outdated. So outdated. When I'm dealing directly with Linux. Like Synology and stuff like that, they have those amazing user interfaces. Like, go look up the Synology, called the DSM software, what it's called. It's amazing fucking software that you can interact with Synology devices. I'm actually getting a Synology device. Either I think I may fucking live off pasta next month just to get a fucking Mac Mini. And then the next thing I will buy will probably be a NAS then, a Synology NAS. Yeah, I'm always, like, I'm not as good with my left hand as my right hand, of course, but I can use, like, we have, like, 2 or 3 people at work that's left-handed, and I can just sit down on their desk and then just use the mouse and keyboard like they do. Like, I'm not as fast with it, and it's a little bit awkward, but after like 10 minutes, I can also write kind of well with my left hand. Of course, not as well as my right, but kind of okay. And it stems that when I was like 8 or 9, I got this finger bunched in a door, so I couldn't use my right hand for like a month or so. So I learned to type with this one here, and I'm actually better typing with my left hand at one point. Until this got mended again. Ever since then, my brain has apparently just got wired to me being somewhat ambidextrous, I think you call it. Popos is a good one, yeah. I like Popos. English ISO is so nice, but yeah. Yeah, yeah, I'm actually thinking about getting one of those, Tinker, for that reason, yeah. Yeah, Tinkering is fun. Yeah, you get over it quite fast, Big PC, yeah. Yeah, there's a guy at work, he can also do both. He's a lefty, but he can also use the right hand. Yeah, they invent the mouse clicks, yeah. I just do Linux and VMs when I get the itch to tinker with Linux. Instead of dual booting, I just boot into a VM. And then... Sorry, I just, you know... do my thing. Yeah, wiping your machine, yeah. I installed Linux. This is like a couple of years ago, right? Like a month or so before I started only doing Linux and VMs, I installed, I think it was Solus, but it was, whatever, it don't matter what distro it was, but it was like 3 AM or something like that. I was, oh, let me try this fucking Linux distro, and then I installed it on my fucking gaming hard drive. So I erased like 2 terabytes of games or something like that. I was just like, really? Because I was like, I want to game. So I booted into Linux, and then Steam was, we can't seem to find your games. Try a new location. Like, what? And I was like, fuck me, man. And then like a month later, I'm just like, you know what? I'm just going to use VMs. If you're running VMs, run them off SSDs. Run them off SSDs. If you don't run VMs off SSDs, it's like so unbearable slow. Give it 4 cores and minimum 4 gigs of RAM. If you cannot give it 4 cores and 4 gigs of RAM, don't do it. Don't do it. Because I don't give a fuck what everyone is saying. If you're doing modern day tasks on Linux, you need 4 cores and 4 gigs of RAM. That's like, to get like a really, really good experience. 4 cores, 4 gigs of RAM, and host the VM on an SSD. The SSD is probably the most impactful thing you can do. I went from having them on spinning hard drives to SSD, and it was like, when I run, like this is running off an SSD, and the only way I know that I'm running off an SSD is because of the graphic card's performance. Oh, sorry, I'm running off a VM. It's because of the graphic card's performance. It's the graphic card. You know, when I'm doing stuff that's graphical intensive, that's where I feel it. Besides that, I don't feel it at all. It's running as smooth and as well as when I'm running Windows natively on my system. You still accidentally wipe your shit, yeah. No. You have to have a dedicated SSDs just for VMs. So I bought like I think it's a 400 or 500 gig, 460 or 80 gigabytes or what the fuck, But a 500 gigabyte SSD, and then I have all my VMs on that. You need to have a dedicated VM SSD for your VMs. Oh yeah. Windows subsystem for Linux is really great if you want to go into that. Yeah. Everything is going to be in the cloud anyway, so it's a natural progression anyway. So so macOS wanted to be in the cloud like 10 years ago. I'm not joking. And the same with Microsoft. Like Microsoft and Apple wanted their system to be in the cloud for over 10 years now. Here's the thing. Like in 2008, Apple was experimenting with the idea of making their operating system subscription-based. The same with Windows. A lot of these ideas that we hear about now have been existing for many years. And they then every like 2 or 3 or 5 years they revisit them, because in hope that people forgot about it. I don't use Wordmanager, just to use VirtualBox. Yeah, we have Azure, but it's not the same, but kinda. The only reason why it's not in the cloud is because of internet reliability and internet speed. But in the near future, we will all have, at least in the developed world, like in the first world countries, 90% of internet connections is going to be fiber optic connections and stuff like that. So latency and stuff like that is not going to be an issue. We have to remember that we are not living in the world we lived in a year ago or 2 years ago. And a lot of people that try to predict the future, they are like, oh, well, a year ago we could not do that, or 2 years ago we could not do that. Yeah, but you can't have that mindset. You have to look at what are the trends, what are the things that users do the most, and what are the technologies that are being developed the most and stuff like that. And internet speed, reliability, and latency is really high up on that fucking a list of things that are being worked a lot on, especially in the richer world, in the countries in the world. So all of these issues we have with latency and stuff like that is going to almost go away. But is that taking 1 year or 5 years? I don't know. But it is going to be the future. The future will be your phone. And then when you come home... Do I have a box? I have a box here. No. Oh, yeah, I have a box here. Then when you come home, let's pretend this is a dongle. Then you plop your phone in here. And then that's connected to a screen. It's connected to a keyboard. That's now your computer. That's now, you just take your phone, you plug it into a dongle, that's your computer. Or your tablet. That's your computer now. And with that dongle here, you can have external graphic cards, you can have all the peripherals you want. It's basically just your phone is the computing unit, compared with the cloud. So that also means that I can take my phone with me to Tinga, to Cody, to James, and I can just take my phone and plug it into their dongle. And I will have the exact same operating system and experience as I have at home. That's going to be the future. Or that dongle is going to be posted directly up to the bot, like a dongle you put up in your tablet or your phone. One of those two things. But that's going to be the future. But we are talking, I will probably be an old man. Apple Vision is not, it's not the future, not the near future, not even the long future. Because you have to remember this. VR, like, the day VR becomes like my glasses, until it becomes this reality here, It's not something everyone wants to do. Imagine, how long have we been streaming now? I don't even know that. I can't even see that, apparently. What is the time? It's 7:30. So let's just say 3 or 4 hours. Just imagine sitting with a really heavy glasses, like really heavy headset on for that long. It's unbearable. Plus, you lose all of your peripheral and all that shit, which you don't really have with the Apple Vision Pro anyway. The day this become VR, where I just click here and then I'm in the VR world, then we can talk about it. But VR for like stuff like this here, or augmented HoloLens or something like that, we are probably talking decades in the future. This here, where this is becoming your computer, we're talking years. Because more and more people are already moving from desktops and laptops to tablets. Like in masses. And with that move, we are only talking about a few years before tablets and phones are becoming the dominant computing device we have and gaming device. We will probably still have consoles. But computing devices, if not already, would be heavily based on tablets and phones. And then it will become something like DeX or Sidebar, or what the fuck it's called on Apple's iPad Pros, where you can have an external display on it and stuff like that. That's the future. That's the future. That's the near future. I don't think VR or AR is going to take over 1000%. I think it will be a combination. Augmented reality VR and your phone or some device. Like, it don't have to be your phone. It could be your watch that has the power of a phone. And then you have classes where you get all your text messages and all that fuck, like the Google classes, basically. So this here becomes your phone. This here becomes your interface. And then when you come home, you can either wireless connect to the dongle with your watch, or you put your watch into the phone. That is going to be the future. Everything is going to be smaller, more connective, and more unified. And it will run crisis, yeah. No, hologram, we are talking... that's something like, yeah. We will probably not be alive for holograms. If it even are going to exist at all. If you're thinking about the Star Trek holograms thing. And not just augmented reality. There'll be a lot of hologram ads, yeah. You like having a laptop, that's too bad. I like my Amiga 500, but, Yeah, put your phone in a dock in that place. Yeah, computer card, yeah. There's also been... They have experimented with having, like, you put chips into your hand, use that as a form of computing device. But I think it would be something like a combination between a phone, watch, and glasses. Oh yeah, Amigas, they were fucking amazing, man. Amigas was amazing. This is fucking an amazing soda, man. And it's 0 calories also. Like 4 calories per 100 milliliter. Yeah, Amigas was fun, man. Computing was fun in the 80s and 90s. So much stuff going on. So many operating systems. At least in the, 90s, we had so many operating systems. Like, viable operating systems. Not just, hobby-esque operating systems, but really viable operating system. I can make the argument, if it's if it's sweet, better be with sugar. No, it's... The only difference that I'd say is this, that I don't get this sugary clamminess in my throat when I drink it. Yeah, you have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, you have no idea what you're talking about. You're reading too many fucking magazines. Yeah, it's not using any of those. It's using aspartame or what the fuck it's called. I don't know what that means in English. Aspartame ain't better. Well, so to satisfy the fucking autistic nerds out there, it has 0.5 gram of carbohydrates per 100 milliliters. Okay? And there are loopholes that if you have under a certain amount of calories per 100 milliliters, you can say 0 calories. Like I said, it has 4 calories per 100 milliliters. Like nothing, there's no, the only thing you can drink that has no calories in it is water. It's water. And carbohydrates don't mean sugar. It's carbohydrates, it's carbohydrates. So you need to distinguish between sugar, that's refined sugar, and carbohydrates. Okay? 2 different things. And affect the body in vastly different fucking ways. Like, if you want to get this into a nutrition stream, I am more than happy to do it. I've been studying nutrition for 20 years and have plenty of friends that can come in that are nutritionists that can come in and back a lot of this shit up if you want to. But yeah, if you're under, I used to understand, or not understand, I used to know the exact number that need to be, you need to have to call it a 0 calories serving. Yeah, per serving is not the same as per 100 milliliters. So here's the thing. We use the metric system. We use milliliters over here. So everything is put into milliliters. So I think you would call one glass or one serving would probably be 250 milliliters. Because here's a 500 milliliter bottle. This has about 2 servings. 2 servings. So 2 servings, or 1 serving in Denmark or in EU is 250 milliliters. So that means that this one here has 5 calories per 100 milliliters. So in 1 serving, this will have like 12.5 calories. Yeah, you have no idea what you're talking about. So you can get artificial sweeteners, you can get natural sweeteners, you can get, yeah, those are kind of the 2 things that you can get besides real sugar. So you can either sweet your beverages with either chemicals, which we can argue can be bad for you in the long run. Like if you drink like, I think you need to drink like 50 liters of soda each day or something. Like it's something stupid like that to get any effect out of the badness of it. Or you can use like artificial sweeteners like stevia and stevia, what the fuck it's called. Plant sugar and stuff like that. That is less harmful for your body, but still somewhat harmful. Water is the healthiest thing, yeah. Exactly, if you do use too much sugar, sweetener is better for you, yeah. So, I live in a diabetic family, okay? Meaning that I'm probably the only one in my family that don't have diabetes. I probably get it, but I don't have it yet. That means that just from a family standpoint, we have been educated by the Danish health system about because my brother got diabetes at 13. So from 13, when I was 14 years old, was the first time I talked to a dietitian. Certified dietitian. And then we went to one each year until about 18 years old, about each year. Like, then I started to get into fitness in about 2003. And all my friends was either bodybuilders or dietitianists. And I worked, or what you would call it, or I talked with them for over a decade. And all they talked about was nutrition. I have had girlfriends that were nutritionists. I have been working like, not last year, 2 years ago, I worked 1 year with a nutritionist. Once a month I went up to talk to her. It was an offer I could get through my local city. And I was like, yeah, let me talk to the nutritionist. Because if you had over a certain BMI, you could get a free nutritionist. And I was over that BMI, so yeah, why not? See what she has to take, her take on it. I probably talked more about food, even though I'm a fat motherfucker. I probably talked more about food than 90% of people on the internet that are not in, like, we are not talking fitness experts and stuff like that. So, don't come at me with all of this fucking shit that you read on the internet, because here's the thing. 90% of the shit you see from fitness influencers are wrong. 90% of the shit you see from so-called nutritional experts on the internet is wrong. They are only doing it to sell you shit. Pre-workout don't work. It's mostly up here, okay? It's scientifically proven that you get the same out of a pre-workout as you do of drinking, I can't remember how many coffee it is, 2 or 3 cups of strong coffee, or take a couple of caffeine pills. It has the same effect on your body going to work out. Okay, I see too, again, this is the Linux mentality. Read a headline, now we are an expert in it. And again, if you just know a little bit about what the fuck you're talking about, you can easily see how little people don't know what they're talking about. That's what I'm coming at. So all of this 0 calories and 0 sugar is more unhealthy for you is not true. If you have some underlying health issues, it can be true. But if 0 sugar and 0 calories was not healthy for you, or was just as bad as the ones with real sugar in it, why do every diabetic person not just fucking drink it then? Because it affects the body in a more negative way with sugar than no sugar in it. Again, scientifically proven. Like, refined sugar is one of the worst things on earth. And again, we have to distinguish between carbohydrates and refined sugar or sugar. They are 2 different things. Yep, high fructose corn syrup. Yeah, corn syrup in general is fucking bad. And what do Americans love? Corn syrup. That's the fun thing. Diet is everything. Diet. Oh, you're as tall as I am. Plant-based is not healthy for you. So if you only eat plants, you will not get any B12 vitamins unless you take it as a supplement. And you live or store B12 vitamins that will last you, I can't remember if it's like 3 or 5 years. And if you don't get any topping off of those B12 vitamins, I think it's B12 again, but let's just say it's B12. It's one of the B vitamins. You can get so sick you can actually die. That's why you see a lot of those crazy ass plant eaters are like with like a spray in their hand all the time or eating pills. It's because they can't get it is B12, okay, yeah. But you can't, but it's, like I said, if you have ate meat before and had a good source of B12 vitamins, you can live, I think it's up to 5 years before it gets noticeable in your blood work that you don't get enough B12. Drinking a lot of water is really healthy, or any fluid in general. Veggie burgers I can't fucking... Ugh. Vodka, yeah. Yeah, too much water can actually kill you, yeah. There are people that have died from drinking too much water. Don't drink distilled water. Why would you drink distilled water? Yeah, don't drink too much coffee either, that's right. Everything in moderations. Plant-based bad for the brain, it's bad for the liver, it's bad for the body. Yeah, but you were only like a week. How long were you like plant-based? 1.5 years, yeah, so you probably had not even gotten close to feeling the effect of the plant-based diet. Yeah, if you lose weight, your sex life, your energy automatically is going to be better. That's not because of the plant diet. Yeah, go, have a good night, Wilson. So, the way that humans get B12 vitamins, okay? This is the most optimal way and one of the only ways we can get it besides supplements. Is through meat. So, if you want to get B12, again, don't correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's B12. Yes, B12 is in plants, but we need an animal to eat that plant. Then the animal needs to digest and refine that vitamin. Then it's being put into its meat that we have to eat to get that B12 vitamin. Beside, I don't know if it's B12. I can't remember if it's one of the Bs, because there's another B vitamin that you need, or because I had low of that B vitamin that affects your energy. It's one of the B's one, because the one I was low on was because I was not eating enough fish. So one of the B vitamins you need from fish, and the other one you need from, or you can also get from, let me try again. It's in really high concentrations in fish, and the other one is in normal concentration in animal meat. Basically, what I'm saying at here is that the human body cannot live off plants alone without supplements. Because there is some vitamins we can't get. Eggs and milk and cheese for 10 years now. No, you cannot be a vegan without supplements. I got B12. Yeah, Big Basie, you didn't do it for more than 1.5 years. I said about 5 years before the liver starts to be depleted. So if you're filled up, this is your liver. I think it's in the liver, but I can't remember right. But anyway, this is your B vitamin deposit. Your B, let's say it's B12. I'm getting confused about what B it is. Let's just pretend it's B12. This is your B12 deposit in your body you get from meat. Then you stop eating meat, and it will slowly, over the years, start to get less. So when you get tested, this could be 1 year in, this could be 2 years in, this could be 3 years in, you will still have enough. Then you get tested 5 years in, you may be on the, then you get tested 6 years in or 7 years in. Oh, something is going on. And then, I can't remember if it's up to 10 years, you can actually deplete it. It's not something that you just lose overnight. It takes a long time. And I have not eaten a lot of fish for a long time because it's really expensive in Denmark. And I had to get, I think it was B12 or B6. It could be B6 that I needed to get like a supplement of for like 3 months or 2 months to get my deposit filled up again. And I need to eat fish at least once a week, like tuna or something like that, to keep those topped up. Or else, in about 2 or 3 years, I will get issues with I think it was B6 now I'm thinking about it. So yeah, you could, like you just said, you were only a vegan for 1.5 years. Yeah. You probably have seen a little bit of a decrease, but not anything worth talking about. Like, I have not eaten fish on the regular. When I got that I had too little B vitamin, we were talking 5 to 7 years where I have not, like, I maybe got fish like once a year or something like that. So it takes a long time. And this is coming from a doctor, by the way. This is not something I just made up. Yeah, it's bacteria in the soul. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Crash eating animal. Exactly, TC. Yeah, you're right. There's no evidence. So here's the thing. There's no concrete evidence that eating a plant-based diet is going to make you healthier. It can help you having a healthier lifestyle. Because then we are talking about volume and calories per volume. So fruit, plant-based food tends to have high volume, low calories. Okay? So that means that if you eat a lot of that, you feel full more faster. That means that you before you feel like when you feel satisfied, you have eaten less calories. That can help you lose weight and so on and so on. And I'm not saying you should not eat your vegetables. Of course, you need to eat your vegetables and your greens and all of that shit. But the humans need a little bit of everything. We need some meat, we need some plant-based. We cannot just go one way. To be honest, the carnivore is probably the most healthy for us because look at it like this. And now I'm just speculating right here because there's no proof of this out there. There are studies, but there's no proof right now. How did we live the longest amount of time we have been alive? How did we eat? We didn't eat all the time. We didn't eat each day either. We would probably eat, or we did eat like the hunter-gathering days. We more than not ate probably 1 or 2 times a day. Heavily meat-based. That's why we have canines. Heavily meat-based. Like in the gather hunter days. Like the amount of time we have lived the most. So that's what our body's basically built to do. That's why intermittent fasting is so everyone's raving about it. Is because that's how we lived when we were, not in an industrial world and, had all of this plentiness. We probably went days without food sometimes, and when we couldn't get meat, we will eat plants. But we will most likely be eating meat. That would be the biggest consumption, would be living stuff. And then when we couldn't get that, we would be eating fruit and plants. Depending on where you live, of course, in the world. That's why if you have, like, if you take, like, your DNA profile, some diets works really well for people living in Italy, but they don't work well for people up here in north. Because we have, depending on how much generations of that tribe, if you will call it, you have in your plot. Well, up here we are heavily meat-based, and have been that for ever since we lived here, because we have mostly meat and not that many queens. Where people in the warmer climates, they were more heavily, carbohydrate-based, more heavily fruit-based, so they need a lesser meat diet and more green and fruit diet. That's what works with their DNA better. But now we're going and microanalyzing shit here. But if we look at humans in general, like we go back to what was the diet we had for the longest time? That was the hunter-gatherer time, okay? And food back then, when we got some, if we couldn't, kill a fucking animal, we would eat berries and shit like that. So if you think about that, that's how the human body has lived the longest. That, logically, in my mind anyway, would mean that would be what we were built to do then. Because that's how we are lived, the body has been used to that. Like fun fact, milk. Every human was lactose intolerant. Until we found out how to refine milk. Pasteurized milk. Then we taught ourselves to not be lactose tolerant. But from the nature side, we have lived as lactate tolerant people longer than we have been able to eat cheese and meat, cheese and milk. It's actually unnatural for our body to have milk-based diets after we stop sucking our mommy's titties. That's something we have taught our body, and that should tell you that, is that natural then? And here's another thing you should think about. The modern diet, the American diet, 3 times a day, the food pyramid and stuff like that. That whole idea is about 200 years old, or something to that nature. So that means that living like that is not new. It's new. It's not something we've been used to. I eat 1 or 2 times a day. 1 or 2 times a day. I've done it ever since I was like 10 years old. I have never had any issue with my blood work. Never. Other than high blood pressure because I'm fat. And then when I had like the B6 or whatever the fuck it was, deficiency. But that's the only 2 things I ever have had issues with my blood work. Is I'm a fat motherfucker. And I had that B, whatever the fuck it was, deficiency. I have never had a doctor look at my blood work and say, oh, you only eat once a day. Or 2 times a day. Never. Because your body don't really care if it gets, let's say you need 2,500 calories in a day to survive. Or to maintain who you are. It don't care if you get it at once, or spread over 10 meals, or 5 meals. They only care about, do I get this within a certain time frame? And like I said, look at how we have lived most of our life. That is probably how our body is used to live. You don't outdo hundreds of years of nature programming by a food pyramid. Or scientists saying, oh, you should eat like this. I'm not saying they are wrong. I'm just saying think about it. Think about it. How did we even live before the food pyramid? Like, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying you should not do it. I'm just saying think a little bit about it. All of these vegans say that, oh my god, we all used to be vegans. Nah, no, we didn't. And there's like concrete DNA evidence that we are not. That we actually are more heavily meat-based than anything else. Funny enough, there's a big debate about the gladiators in the Roman times, that they were vegan-based or plant-based. But they now found out that they also eat meat. But always think about it like this. Nature takes a long time to evolve into something. That also means that if nature has been used to do a thing for a long time, probably means that's the best way to do it, or somewhat optimal way of doing it. Because if our way was the optimal way, nature would already have been doing it. That's at least how I think. You know, I'm like, if this is how, if we have lived like that for so like hundreds of millions of years, like the American diet, as they call it nowadays, how could, like, if you listen to people that like, oh, you have to eat 3 times a day, and your plate has to be this much meat and this much green, and how the fuck did we exist before that? Like, they make it sound like no humans was alive before the invention of the American diet, you know, or I think they call it the American diet. Nothing against Americans, but that's kind of what it's been called, because I think though the America was the one that promoted it the most. It makes no sense that just like, oh, aha, I'm smarter than Mother Nature, you know. Like, I'm not saying that that it's a bad idea to do it, and we should all stop eating 3 times a day and following the food pyramid. And I'm not saying that we should do that, but I'm saying you probably don't get married to that idea. Okay? Like I said, I eat 1 or 2 times a day, and I've done it. I'm 40 years old. I've done it since, like I said, I was like 10 years old. And I did it when I was working out 6 days a week for hours and hours and hours and lifting heavy fucking shit that you will not believe. Still only ate 1 to 2 times a day. Once in a while I would be eating 3 times a day. Also this like, oh, the anabolic window, you have to have proteins after a workout. No, you don't. You just need to have proteins within, I think it's like 12 to 24 hours, depending on the person. But probably get it within like 12 hours would be a good idea. And it don't matter when you get it. Right after workout, or when you're sitting at home masturbating to all your fucking e-girls on Twitch. It don't matter. And that's, again, scientifically proven, by the way. Fruit and vegetables are important, but we could debate that meat is even more important. Because you can get all the vitamins from meat-based food, but you can't get all your vitamins and minerals from fruit and veggies. That should tell you something. We can live on meat only, but we can't live on plants only. I'm not saying we should stop eating vegetables. I do believe in a balanced diet. I do believe in that, because, again, like I said, if you couldn't get meat back in the day, we would be eating, you know, something else. But I also don't believe in this whole thing that meat is evil and stuff like that. You know. Chips, steaks, yeah, it sounds like my diet right now, Big BC. Yeah. Vegans are Linux users. And your eyes are in front of the predator, not on the side, yeah. Humans in most healthy, successful societies were based around plant starts. That's. I don't think the food is the reason for that, because it's proven that the human brain started to develop into it was when we started to eat a high protein diet. So they found out that before we ate a high protein diet, our brain didn't really evolve that much. Then we started to eat a high protein diet, and then the noggin up here started to become bigger. And for some people, you may say it never evolved, and I will say you're right. I think I think a societal success is more based on the knowledge that we accumulate over a period of time and how we utilize it more than the food that we consume. You know, we learn from the past, we discover new things and how we implement them and all of those things. Yeah, the food groups in school was kind of like a scam, yeah. Yeah, but again, Lizard, you're thinking either or. You should think both. We are built to handle both carnivore food diet and plant-based. It's not either or. It's both. It's just that we are built to handle more protein than plant. Not that we, need to only eat meat. You know what I'm saying. Yeah, chocolate is definitely a certain food group. Yeah. Calories is the most important thing. Yeah. You can overcomplicate weight as much as you want, but in the end, calories is what counts. Yeah, the food industry adds too much shit to our food, and that's an issue. Yeah, that's a massive issue. I would agree 10,000% with that. I don't think you can live off potatoes only. I think they're lacking in some vitamins and minerals. We have to because a lot of people, they say that carbohydrates is also sugar, which is kind of, but refined sugar is poison. Is basically what you should think. Again, too much refined sugar is poison. Society has not been around for that. We're not talking about societies, we're talking about humans. Society is not a dictation of our biological makeup. Just because we develop a language, we develop cities and stuff like that, that didn't change our biological makeup. But how we lived before, in the past, the food we have available for us, the way we lived, that changes how our biological makeup is. Again, why you should look at how did we live for the longest time. And you could even debate there were probably not even that many sick people back in the day because there were more starvation going on. We didn't get food every time, all day, every day. We starved sometimes, And again, it's been proven scientifically that starving is healthy for you. Like, starvation can help you look younger, live longer, be more agile, and all of that fucking shit. Actually, eating all the time or eating every day is actually not that... It's not unhealthy, but it's not as beneficial as starving once in a while. Again, digital invincibility, refined sugar. You have to put refined sugar in front of it because we also get... fruit sugar and stuff like that, that's good for you. In moderation. Refined sugar is where the biggest problem is. An amino acid is a protein. Amino acid is a protein. So... when you're saying you don't need protein, what you need is amino acid, it's like saying you don't need water, but what you need to drink is water. Amino acid is a protein. Amino acid is a protein. Yeah, metabolic waste is also, again, you have to look at... It's a protein building block then. Why is it doing it? Yeah. Ah, stop doing that. Why the fuck is it doing that? Oh, I hate you, Bing. Protein is a long chain of amino acids. So, if protein is a long chain of amino acids, would that not make protein or amino acids into protein? Amino acids is just the refinement or the building block of amino proteins. So that means that when you're eating animal or any protein, let's say animal protein, you get amino acid. What about creatine that we need in our body? Creatine is only found in meat. We cannot live without creatine. Creatine you get from meat. Yeah, if it's made out, again, if amino acid is made out of protein, amino acid is protein. It's just two different states of the protein. Amino acids is a long string of, let me try again. Protein is a long chain of amino acids which are monomers or building blocks of proteins. Amino acids are organic molecules that have a central carbon atom bounded to an amino group of carboxyl group, a hydrogen atom, and a viable R group. There are 20 types of amino acids commonly found in proteins, and they have different proportions and sequences in different proteins. Proteins are involved in many cell functions such as energizing and blah 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 blah. Yeah, you're doing the Linux thing again. We are not talking about individual. I was. Did I specifically say ECC protein? Or sorry, amino acids? Did I say BCCA amino acids? Or did I just say amino acids? Okay? So the body needs amino acids. We get amino acids from protein. Right? Amino acids is protein. It's the building block of protein. It is a protein. It's just well, it's amino acids. But yeah, word salad. But you get what I'm coming at here. What is this? What do they have out here? But let's just say you're right. That amino acid has nothing to do with protein, and because there's many types of amino acids in protein, proteins are irrelevant. Yeah, they are protein because they're the building block of protein. That makes them protein. You know, it's like saying, hey, you know, I don't know. A cow is a cow. I don't know. I don't know how, like, they are regarded as a protein. They are regarded as a refinement of a protein or a building block of a protein. They are the most common thing in a protein. How the fuck can I explain it? It's like amino acid is the concentrations of a protein. Like it's like, have you ever taken lemonade and putting it into a cup and put water on top of it? You know, like mixed it together. Amino acid, like, I don't know if this is the right way of explaining it. I would say that this is the amino acid. When I put it into the cup of water and putting water on it, that could be the protein. You know, and the water could be the metabolic waste that you're talking about. proteins are broken into amino acids by the stomach. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, that's where it does it. And then it's put into your bloodstream and into your muscles and brain and stuff like that. The fun thing is, for all of you, now we're talking about carbohydrates, haters out there. Your brain runs on sugar, by the way, or carbohydrates. So creatine, no, wait. Need to find the... I think this is the one I'm looking for. Ad. In the liver. Boop, boop, boop. That's creatine. Here, creatine in your diet. You get creatine through your diet by eating meat. You need creatine to survive, to live. Your brain also runs on creatine, by the way. So, again, we need meat. Animals produce creatine naturally just like we do. So when you eat meat, you're getting creatine from them. Or creatine, how do you say this word? So that's not totally true. Creatine, there you go. So that's not entirely true because there are again studies out there that have shown that the way the body reacts to plants protein or plants in general breathe is the same way the body reacts if it gets exposed to a toxin. So poison, basically. Again, I'm not saying that this is bad. I'm just saying that recent studies have found that when you eat plants, your body reacts like it's not like you're, trying to, vomit it up. But the internal stuff and stuff like that is reacting like it's poison, basically. Like a mild form of poison. It don't react like that to meat. Again, I'm not going here and saying that we should just eat meat. What I'm trying to say is that this, plants are the best, no. And these, meat are the best, no. We need both. You can get creatine. Why is that not... Why can't I find that? Again, creatine is found mostly in meat, such as beef, fish, and additional creatine produced naturally in the body when you eat meat, blah, 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 blah. Let's see how Wikipedia is talking about it. Go away. Primarily in muscle and brain tissue. No, that's not it. Metabolic role. So, some studies suggest that total muscle creatine is significantly lower in vegetarians than non-vegetarians. So, there are studies showing that if you're eating a plant-based diet only... Yeah, take care, Big Basie. I have a fly in here. Hello, friend. That you will have a significant lower creatine volume. And creatine or carotene is actually really important for you. And again, there's a lot of load. So, I don't believe in the loading phase. That's yeah. if you get more keratin, you just pee it out, just like with vitamins. So more is just waste. But this loading phase here, there are no, again, if you go watch like the people that have done studies on YouTube on keratin, they say the loading phase is like almost unimportant. The only thing the loading phase is, it's building up your repositories faster. But if you take the right amount, you can actually eat, so yeah, you just get your deposit up quicker, yeah, because a lot of people say that you need a loading phase and an offloading phase and a down phase, and then you do a loading phase again, a maintenance phase, offloading phase, and then you stop using it. That cycle has been proven to be meaningless. If you take the right amount of creatine that you need, or keratin that you need, every day for the rest of your life, you will get to it's something like people that do the preloading, they have like 10% more in the body or something like that, which is more or less meaningless. But if you need, let's just say 10 grams a day, if you just take 10 grams a day every fucking day, you will have about maybe 8 to 10% less than people that do this whole loading cycle and stuff like that. Because when we are talking about a consumption standpoint, what I mean by that is money. It can actually be more expensive to do the loading phase part here. And they also say here it's something about how tall you are and how much you weigh. You need X per kilograms or something. X gram per kilogram per day. And they have shown that if you just take those from day one, and then at the end of, I think it's like 30 days, the preloaders or the loaders will have like 8 to 10% more. And unless you are like a top level athlete, it don't really matter that much. But by the way, keratin is the most studied supplement on Earth. Funny enough, nothing has been studied more than this thing here. And it's shown to have a lot of benefit. I need to start taking it again, but I used to take it once a day. Working out or not working out, I took like 3 grams a day. I think I need 6 with my weight. 6 a day. Oh shit. Rip in peace, man. That's not good. Not good. But yeah, keratin has been let me put it this way. No matter who the fuck you are, take your multivitamins, take your omega fatty acids or oils. You know, if you, like me, that have a little bit of hip issues because you're fat, take some kelp gummy bears once in a while, or some gulmatine, or what it's called, the ones for your nail and your hair, and take keratin. Keratin will help you even if you don't work out. It would help your brain. It has also been shown to help alleviate heavy metals from your blood and your brain. So if you eat a lot of fish and stuff like that, get that out. It's been proven to be mostly, like, the benefits outweigh the negatives. So one of the negatives, is that there are some people, if you have a tendency to already have hair loss in your family, some people say that keratin could accelerate that. It's not 100% proven. And it's only been somewhat anecdotally proven by people that already have that issue in their family. So if your grandpa had like the fucking 80s hairband hair still, you know, yeah, you can take creatine. But yeah, again, I need to start taking it again because I have it standing in my kitchen. I'm just lazy and I forgot to get to take it. But I need to set a reminder to take it every day because it's one of the most tested supplements in the world, and it's one of the most like protein powder is shit. Okay, don't believe all the hype on protein powder. Pre-workout shit. Drink it if you wanted to, if you like it, but don't think, oh, I'm going to get a pump. No, it like get a cup of coffee, dude. Man, it like pre-workout, okay? Think about it like this. If you're working out at 100% of your maximum capacity, pre-workout will probably give you like 5 to 10%. If you've ever been to a gym, you know that most people work at about 50% of their maximum capacity at their best. You may think you work at 60 to 80, but in reality, you're only working at about 50 to 60. When I'm working out and I'm thinking I'm giving it all, I'm not giving it all. So that means that for people like you and me that are not top athletes and going for Olympic gold medals and stuff, that pre-workout is just money out of the window. You know, I'm sorry to say it, but that's what the study shows. It's just like, unless you're like taxing yourself out at and then you have to think about the heart problems, you know, the elevated heart rate, unnecessary elevated heart rate, the effects of taurine or what it's called, and all that fucking shit to your body. Again, it's way more healthy to just drink a cup of coffee and have some sugar water with you. So what I do if I want to push myself, or what I did, I haven't been to the gym for over a month now, I put sugar in my water. Or I would be buying like sugary waters, you know, lemonade or something like that. Because more than likely, you're going to, you know, deplete your sugar deposits before anything else. And that's when you start to get fatigued. That's when you don't have enough sugar. And that's also when the body starts to take off your fat deposits and stuff like that. So if you want to lose fat, burn out all the sugar deposits and then go in for the fat deposits. Or do explosive, so fast-moving explosive exercises are sugar-based. Long, heavy stuff is more fat-based. Meaning, if you do like heavy lift, the fat is going to be mobilized a little bit faster. Of course, it's a mix between both of them, but you would be burning more fat than sugar. But if you have low sugar to begin with, it's a good idea to have like a sugary drink with you at the gym. Yeah, kelp. Yeah. But the only thing people should take is creatine. It's actually shown to be slowing Parkinson's disease, apparently. Well, the 2014, the evidence were not shown to be reliable. But I know they're still researching, like Michael J. Fox is researching in that shit. And there are anecdotal evidence of Huntington's disease. Like I said, like, creatine, go get that shit. Like, go get that shit. I don't care who you are and how fit you think you are. And you will probably get it through if you're eating a good, healthy diet, you will probably get it. But here's the thing, this costs nothing. This is probably the most inexpensive supplement that you can buy. And don't buy this like they have this like creatine plus and all. Just get the purest form of it you can find. Just the purest, because it's also the cheapest. And you don't need it with like caffeine in it or like, just get the purest form you can find. And it has a little bit of a sweet taste to it, I find. Like a minute sweet taste to it. And you can put it in whatever the fuck you want. I used to, like, when I was doing lumberjacking shit, I had like a liter of water with me. And that was creatine in that one. I put like a scoop of creatine in that, took it with me to work. And that was how I got my dose of creatine. But again, if you're eating a really, really healthy diet, which most people are not. But if you are, you're probably getting enough. And you would probably be spending $10 to $15 most on a let's say, I think it's like a month or 2 months worth of it. And it will help you. It will help you, especially when you're getting a little bit older. So I have noticed when I take it, I feel less fatigued and I feel more alert. Like I'm quicker on my, not that I'm getting more smarter, but where I normally, I have a nose hair that sits in me, where I normally would be like, oh, I have to think a little bit. I'm like, the thoughts comes faster in my head, so to speak. That's at least what I have noticed, that I feel a little bit more like alert, like a little bit like taking a cup of coffee. But that comes after I've taken it for like maybe 2 weeks or something like that. And then keep taking those like 3 to 6 grams a day. But if you want a safe supplement, this is the safest one to take. It's way more safer than any fucking vitamin. So, I have a multivitamin here. Where the fuck is it? This one here. Have you read? I actually have a C vitamin here because I take C vitamins when I get sick. If I have a cold and stuff like that, just to be sure to top it off. I take D vitamin each day. That's another one I would recommend everyone to take. D3 vitamin, yeah. Because most people are sitting indoors and doing nothing. Have you read the hazard warning on I think it's either C, not C vitamin, it's... What the fuck? It's one of the most common vitamins. Is it E? I can't remember it. Like, no, you don't need to supplement it with magnesium. It's shown to work faster in your blood with magnesium, but that's all it does. So here's the thing. Like, you should take your multivitamins. And when you take multivitamins, take multivitamins that covers your minerals also. But unless you have a D vitamin deficiency, it's not necessary to take it alongside with the magnesium. What it does is it just takes it more faster into your bloodstream. But if you keep up with it for a long period of time, yeah, like I said, you don't listen to what I'm saying. Assuming you don't get your magnesium, yeah, you need to take magnesium anyway because you don't get enough magnesium. But if you already have your magnesium in your body, you don't have to take extra magnesium for your D12 or D3 vitamins. Again, coming from doctors and nutritionists, because I do have a D3 deficiency, okay? And my doctor has never told me to take magnesium because I do have efficient enough magnesium in my body. However, the smart fucking girl that's not a doctor at my local drugstore told me to do it. And I was like, what are you basing that on? Oh, I read it somewhere. Well, I have had 3 different doctors telling me not to do it. And plenty of nutritionists telling me it's not necessary if you have enough magnesium in your body. And when I started to take D3 vitamins without taking magnesium, my levels went up right away. Again, we can't just go out there and throw plant like one-liners out when it comes to stuff like that. Because there is a lot of ifs behind it. Yes, we need magnesium to absorb D3. But if you already have it in your body, you don't have to go out and buy extra. That's why go get your blood work done. It can actually save you money. You know. And again, I had like, my D vitamins were so low that they were talking about fucking putting a pill up my ass. Okay? Up my ass because it was so low. It was so low that they didn't understand how I could function, basically. And I only took D12. I take like 35 plus. After a month, it was almost normal. No, you won't. I've been taking D vitamins. Whew. Five years now? Every day for 5 years. Magnesium is not an issue. Not an issue. Again, get your blood work done. And talk to your fucking doctors and not someone lunatic on the internet. Again, I've not heard a doctor tell me that, oh, I see you on D vitamins. Because I get my blood work done. That's why I know I don't have, like, don't you listen to what I'm saying. Get your blood work done. I need to actually have a time for next month to get my blood work done. Yes, they can. They can test. Where do I have it? There are indicators in your plot that indicate. I can't remember what the fuck they are. Again, why? I don't know why I'm talking to you because I'm talking to doctors all the fucking time about this because I'm a fat motherfucker. I've never been told to take magnesium. Okay, what are your qualifications? Are you a doctor? Do you have a PhD in nutrition? Like, come on, because that's the people I talk to. Just putting it out there. And like I said, there are indicators in your plot. It's the same way that, you know, that you could get indicators in the... I can't remember what it's called. But for example, if you have cancerous things in your body, they can figure that out with your blood work also. By seeing a number. And if that number is below a certain amount, either you are really, really sick. I can't remember what it's called. I don't know what PSA. Are you a PSA? What is PSA? Personal Soccer Association. I don't know. Oh, it's a plot test. No, it's not a PSA. No. When you get a screening. Yeah, but no, it's not a PSA test. No. It's not a prost. No. They can see it from just taking it from your wrist. Just sucking it out from your wrist. And if you go get a health panel done. Your blood work done. Again, I don't know how the fuck you're doing it over in the States, but here, when you get your screening, and that's like a blood pressure, a heart thingy, you know, EKG or what the fuck it's called. It's a urine sample, and it take like 2 to 3, I think it is, blood draws. And then they test everything they can test in the blood. And there is, I For the love of me, cannot remember what it's called. If that is below a certain number, you need to be checked again. And it's still under a certain number. You either have like some infection in your body, or you potentially have cancer. It's not like you know. It's like, oh, you have it. It's like you could have it, or you are having a massive infection or something like that. I don't know what you call it. I don't know what you call it. But if that number is low and you don't have, you know, an infection or any predetermined sickness, that could be a high indicator that you could have, you know, some tumors in your body and you need to get checked out. Again, Again, I don't know what it's called, and it's not just leukemia. It's any cancerous thing that it can indicate. Again, it don't mean that you have it, but it can be like, okay, we need to figure something out here because something is not right in your body. No, it's not a specific test. It's just. It's in the panel of tests that they do on your blood. I can't remember what it's. We call it something specific in Denmark that's not universal, and that's the word I can't remember. But again, I don't know why the fuck I'm sitting here and debating this, because I've been talking to doctor almost a yearly basis, and people that have fucking PhD in nutrition on a yearly basis for the most of my life, because we have a lot of sickness in my family. And all of them are educated on fucking the best places on earth. And all of this shit I hear a lot of not YouTuber, but again, people on the internet say, I've never heard coming from one of those. And they have the most up-to-date fucking, the most up-to-date education. That some of them have come directly out of the fucking, what you call it, university, whatever. I've talked to fucking bodybuilders and fitness experts and personal trainers and stuff like that, and a lot of the shit I'm heard today, I've never heard from them. I've heard, I will say I have heard the one about magnesium and D3, but that was only if you had a deficiency to begin with. And again, I had a co-worker. She had problems with magnesium, and they found that out by taking a blood scanning. Well, I don't know what country you live in, but here in Denmark at least, or in a lot of EU countries, doctors are really well versed in nutrition, and most doctors' office also have a certified nutritionist that you can talk to. Yeah, read that sentence again that you just said. Read what you just typed. Yeah, YouTube, everyone is an expert. You're so fucking right. Read what you just typed. Read what you just fucking typed. That's not the same as you said before. Fucking hate people like this, man. Where are we? This body. This is what you said. You see the difference between those two statements? I will agree with you. If you don't get enough magnesium, you should take it even if you don't take D3. But if you don't get enough magnesium and you're taking D3, it could give you issues. I would agree with you 1000%. But if you are taking D3, you must take supplement with magnesium. You are saying two different things. You are saying two different things. One is that the one I posted means that no matter how much magnesium that you're already taking, you should still take more magnesium because you're taking D3, which you don't have to. I'm living proof of that. Or the latest one you made is that if you take D3 on a regular basis and you don't get enough magnesium, you should take it. I will agree with that. Your chance of getting equal amount of magnesium to your diet only are very low considering you're taking D. No, it don't have to. If you're eating a balance... So here's the thing. If you're eating a balanced diet, if you're eating a diet that you should be eating, you're getting more than you need of everything. Nobody eats the perfect diet where they get just the right amount of everything. Some days you may get more, some days you may get less. The chances are in the, let's say, the span of a month, if you're eating healthy, you will have a surplus of, let's say, magnesium. You will have a surplus of D vitamin 12. You have a surplus of blah, 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 whatever the fuck it is. So that amount of D3 should be taken down is accounted for in that surplus. But that's not what you're saying. You're saying that no matter how much magnesium you're getting, you still should get supplement with magnesium. That I don't agree with, but if you have a suspicion, which is the latest statement that you made, that if you have a suspicion that you don't get enough magnesium, you should supplement. I will agree with that. But I also believe that you should take multivitamins every day and minerals supplement every day. Just to make sure that you get all your minerals and vitamins. In case, if you are taking something else, like D12 or other stuff, that you're just you are covered. But you are saying, even if I do these things, I'm eating my balanced food, which I'm not, but let's pretend I am. I'm taking my multivitamins with minerals. You are saying I still should take D12 because... Oh, sorry, I should still take magnesium because I'm taking D12. That's not true. So if you have 300 milligram per day, okay? Your body don't get into a fucking nausea, epileptic, fucking masturbating hissy fit if you have 305. Let's look it up again. Oh, for fuck's sake. This is the last time I'm dealing with this fucking batshit crazy people. Let's do Google. I hate Bing. You're just trying to make it harder for yourself. Again, doctors, experts, nurses, nutritionists, people that make a shit ton more money than you and I do, that are experts in this, are not saying what you are saying. You are the second one on earth I've heard that from. The first one was a cute girl at the drugstore. The second time was a batshit crazy person that I don't know on the internet. So you too know more than the countless of experts I've talked to in my 25 years. Maybe it's the same person, yeah. Like, just because you hear and read something, don't make it right on the internet. And again, yeah, Martin, take care, man. Like, again, I will agree with you. If you have suspicion that you don't get enough magnesium, or you just want to be sure, and you know that D3 can have a negative effect on it, you're like, you know what? Let me take D3. Let me take some magnesium just to make sure. I would agree with you that statement 1000%. Like, no issue whatsoever. No issue whatsoever. But saying that if you're taking D3, you must, like, it's like you're taking D3, if you're not taking magnesium, you are going to end up not having enough magnesium. That statement I cannot agree with. You're not helping because you are contradicting everything that everyone of importance are saying. That's the whole issue here. You are not helping because you're giving wrong information. Again, look at those two statements you just make. The last one, I will be like, dude, that's helpful. That's amazing. Yes, if you have a suspicion that you're not getting enough or you're getting aggregate intake of magnesium, you can get a deficiency if you don't make sure that you get enough. You will be doing that if you don't take D3. If you keep having a let's say, I can't say that word. If you don't get enough magnesium, you will get a deficiency anyway, okay? We can both agree on that. And yes, if you take D3 vitamins, it will just accelerate that. That's what you said in the last statement, that, well, if you take D3 and you don't get enough magnesium, you can for sure get a deficiency. Brother, with you. But say that if you're taking D3, you must. It's like saying if you have D3 on your table and you don't have magnesium beside it, you will have an issue. That's not a right statement. Because supplement, listen to the word supplement. That means that you don't need it if you're getting it other places. It's a supplement. I don't need D3 vitamins if I get enough of it other ways. If I was not deficient, my blood just didn't take it up. Yeah, potential blood clots. That I can. I can understand that. Yeah, but here's the thing: if you get enough magnesium, that supplement can be allowed to take it. You're not listening to what you're saying. Let's just say magnesium, bananas. Let's just say if you eat 5 bananas a day, you don't need to take the supplement, even if you take these 3 vitamins. That's not what you were saying. What you said in the one I posted is that even if you eat 5 bananas a day, you still have to take magnesium. That makes no sense. So let me put it into numbers for you. It was an example, you fucking lunatic. Let me put it into numbers for you here. You need 100 points of magnesium a month. That's what you need. These 3 vitamins, just for sake of argument, just for this example here, takes 10 points away. But you are eating enough food and bananas that you have, let's say, 115 points of magnesium. Then you don't need magnesium supplement. However, you need 100 magnesium points a month. D3 takes 10 away, but you're only getting, let's say, 60 points from your food. Then you need magnesium supplement. Okay? And it don't have to be 300 milligrams a day. Look at it over a month or over a period of time. Because some days you get less, some days you get more. Like if you're micro, do you have an app that counts all your micronutrients? Like, do you use like MyFitnessPal or what it's called, or Chronometer and stuff like that breaks down all your food into micronutrients? Because that's the only way that you can account for 300 milligrams a day. What do you do if you get 301 milligrams a day? You do know how crazy you sound right now, right? I don't need cocaine, but cocaine deficiency is saved on vegan. You gotta love fucking internet people. Like this here, this is a Linux user's argument. Linux is this is one that's really funny. You do know that trying to be funny right now don't work for you, by the way. So this is really funny. This is the perfect. Like, this fits in so well with the Linux argument. Steam Deck helps overtake Mac OS for second most used gaming OS. While Mac OS fans has only grown 0.05%. How much has the Linux users grown? Here. 2%. It's not that fucking much difference. This is the argument we have right now. Does this mean anything when you put it up against this up here? No. Let's be honest here, people. Let's be honest here. I love this. I love this shit. Console makes up about 30% of the gaming industry. So let's dude, I'm stop talking about that shit because you are not an expert. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't have any credential. This conversation is over. Bye-bye. But what did it said? 30% of the gaming market. Console makes up around 30% of the gaming market. PC market share as PC gaming eats up 25%. Oh, it's actually saying it all here. This is from last year. Between the market dominance mobile gaming, nearly 50%. Consoles makes up 30%. PC gaming about 25%, according to recent analysis. Through the line between gaming on an Xbox, yeah, so let's just say all of console gamers, all 30% of. Let's find the so 30%. 30% are console gamers. This is how you do research, by the way. Xbox versus PlayStation. 5 markets, yeah. The PlayStation 5 currently owns 65%. So let's just say 60% out of this. So what did I say? Let's just say 60%. There will be a reason for this. So 60% of consoles meaning PS5 60 and Xbox is 40 out of those 30%. So that means that out of the 65... Oh, wait. Did I fuck this up? I think I fucked this up. No, console market take up 30%. So 60% of those 40 or 30% is PlayStation devices. That means that there are more PlayStations than there are gaming computers. Okay, we can agree on that. Because 30% is more than 25%, which is the gaming market. And most of that is PlayStation. That will make... Okay? That will make FreeBSD the biggest gaming OS in 2023. Because there are more consoles than there are gamers, and there are more PlayStation consoles than there are... I will not say, probably not more than computers. There probably are. Then we have to convert it into, like, you know, the right amount. But let's just, for the sake of argument, say... What I'm trying to say here is that FreeBSD is, if not the biggest gaming OS, it's definitely the second biggest gaming OS by a lot. So let's look at it in another way, because they're talking specifically about the Steam Deck here. So if we go in here and we go Google again, and we do Steam Deck sales. So about 3 million units. 3 million units. Versus 38 million. This is like, yeah, okay, I get it. They like, okay, so let's unpack this here. So this is why I think this is so fucking cherry-picked arguments that makes no fucking sense. PS5. Was it 30 something? I'm getting old and tired. 38. Steam Deck 3. That's how many they have sold in their lifetime. Yes, PlayStation is older. But gaming OS, they didn't say PC gaming OS specific. Okay? They didn't say PC gaming specific. That's what they're tracking. PC gaming. But if you like, if we are really thinking about it, like, well, consoles have an OS also. So if you're just talking about an individual operating system, well, that means that Windows, like Windows 10, 11, blah blah, way bigger than Linux. Like, Massively bigger than Linux. Xbox, massively bigger than Linux. PlayStation 5 is making Linux its bottom bitch, basically. So this here means nothing. And then if you look at these numbers down here, almost 50% is coming directly from SteamOS. So, what this is telling me, and should tell you, is that people don't buy Steam Deck to become a Linux user, as all of the amazing Linux people want you to believe. They buy the Steam Deck to play on the Steam Deck, no matter what operating system it must have had. So people don't buy the Steam Deck for Linux. They buy the Steam Deck for the Steam Deck. I remember when the Steam Deck came out. This is going to open the floodgates of people coming to Linux and gaming to Linux because of the Steam Deck. They're going to get exposed to Linux. It's going to be a gateway drugs into the Linux world and blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. That's not what these numbers are telling me. What these numbers are telling me is that people that are gaming on the Steam Deck is just gaming on the Steam Deck. Does that mean that some people won't go over on the Steam Deck? No. Who's deleting messages? Well, whatever. Do I have a mod in here? I don't know. This is just telling me that this whole pipe dream, this whole cherry picking, this whole misrepresenting facts to put in a narrative. I'm putting my vitamins away now. Yeah, I will go and I will buy like 10,000 milligrams of magnesium. Actually, magnesium is really good for sleeping, by the way. Especially if you have muscle cramps in your sleep. But that's another debate that he's probably going to debug in a little bit that I got told by doctors and stuff. But anyway, this here, like, Linux argument, anyone? Like, and then when you look at it like this, macOS have never been regarded as a gaming operating system. Okay? Like macOS, people that game on macOS, they play mobile games on macOS. It's a joke. Gaming on macOS is a joke. I'm sorry to say it, but that like every gamer, or not every gamer, I have to stop saying that, but gamers, like most gamers, if you talk to them and you talk about macOS, they will laugh in your face. Like macOS have never been regarded as a operating system that you use for gaming. macOS is an operating system you use for so many other different reasons, and then, I can play a few games on it. So that means that Linux barely overtake our operating systems that is universally known to be a shitty gaming OS. Just barely overtaking it. That should not be a win. That means that we are just competing with the shittiest gaming OS on Earth. That's not good, man. That like, if I saw that as a CEO and stuff, like, our biggest competitor or the people that we are competing with right now are the shittiest operating system for gaming on Earth, and we are just barely beating it, when we should be competing with these kind of numbers here. You know, these are the guys we should be competing with. What about the Nintendo? You know, the Switch, which is the competition for the Steam Deck. Why can't I? I need to hit the Nintendo Switch. Oh. Oh. then again, the Switch has been out for more, for longer time. So in 3 months, the Nintendo Switch sold sold more than the Steam Deck did in... When did the Steam Deck came out? When did the Steam Deck came out? ...2022. So it's a year old. So Nintendo sold more than the Steam... in 3 months than the Steam Deck did in a year. Not good. What about the ROG Ally? Where the fuck did I... There you go. That can't be right. No, that's just sales numbers. Oh! I'm really so... I'm like an evil fucking villain in a movie or something like. Oh, this is too funny. Okay, yeah, I thought of... Yeah, yeah. The Steam Deck launches... the Steam Deck or any of its competitors will never reach the Switch numbers. Why can't I see how much the ROG Ally has sold for? They are not saying anything. Why are they not saying anything? I don't know how reliable this is, but... So, about... No, they sold more, man. They sold 860, I think. 1,000. Yeah, 860,000 units, if this is the correct word, numbering. But when did it came out? Shit, it's only been out for like 2 months. Let's say 2 months. And this is in 1 year. So if we go in here and we do 860 times 6, that should give us a year. So if they keep this up, it will be a sold 5.1 million units in a year. So it's going to basically outcompete the Steam Deck if these numbers keeps going up. What about... What if we say 500,000 times 2? No, that's wrong. 6. Huh? Well, if it's 500, as you say, Tim, that means that in a year it will reach the same numbers. So 500. So if it's 500,000, then in a year it will be 3 mil. Yeah, but you had paid for the Steam Deck though, right? Hmm. I just had to report someone for harassment. But yeah, anyway. Sorry about that. Only $15? What's only $15? Marble is playing smart in my comment section also without knowing what the fuck he's talking about. I'm so fucking... I'm sorry, but I'm... Oh. Should we talk about Microsoft accounts? Because apparently, where is it? Adding your work account in here is not secure enough. You need to have a separate machine that's validated by the company to run it on, because or else it will not be secure. I think we need to talk to all of the schools in the world that actually are working this way. That's why I made this fucking the video today. Because people were like, how do you use your... Or how do you attach a work account to your home machine and stuff like that? Yeah, of course it depends on the company's policy. Yeah, that's like logic. But the amazing Marvel is like, well, even if the company say you should do it, I don't recommend you to do it. It's like saying that this here, that I have my normal account associated with it, is a security risk. It's like saying that me having my Google account associating or logged in is a security risk. It's the same shit. The only difference is that here Windows handle it and here Chrome is handling it. It's the same shit. Let's say you hacked my machine. Yes, you could get access to my shit. But if you hack my machine, you can also get access to my web browser. And if I have auto login on my web browser, you could still get access to my shit. Okay? If you hack my work machine, that has, or if I have a separate login and you hack that one, you will still have access to my shit. And you can also set it up so you have to put in your password every time it boots up, by the way. I just talked to a guy where they are moving from Google Cloud over to Microsoft Cloud to do this exact same shit because of security issues and because of GPDA or what the fuck it's called, the data protection law that Google don't want to follow here in Europe, but Microsoft do. And it's just easier to manage and delete Microsoft's account via the Azure cloud this way. I'm I have a feeling that if you if I did this, this is how you put a lid on this fucking bottle. You will get 10,000 fucking crazy ass batshit people in the comment section explaining how I did it wrong and you should not be doing it and you should not be holding it in the air and the bottle was turned 1 degree the wrong way and blah blah blah. Like, fucking hell, people, can we just not be normal human being for 1 fucking second here? I do administrate Amazon Azure and I do add our company policies to work computer, but for us, we only do it on work computers and not personal computers. There are terms that is the exception. Yeah, but here's the thing. That's exactly what we are doing. That's exactly what universities are doing. You know, they make an account like you do on Azure and say, give this account access to, you know, whatever they need access to, like Word or Teams and whatnot. And then they give them login credentials. And then you just attach those login credentials to either your work laptop or if you are at, you know, a student at a university or something like that, or school, you go and, you know, you go home and you attach that to that one. Because, like, you know, you lock down the Azure account so it can only access those things. The worst thing that can happen is that if you hack my shit, you can see the documents and my emails and my team conversation. But if I was logged in via the web browser, you can do the same thing. Here's the thing. If I turn off my comments on my comment section, that will be a bad look for me. Yes, I have thought about it, yeah. Like, I just had to fucking report a guy that made fun of me because of my autism. Like, I make fun of my autism. If I know people, they can make fun of it. But you don't make fun of autistic people in a comment section. I've had to report people, Linux people, for being homophobic and racist. Yes, I've thought about it, okay? I've thought about it. But if I do that, every fucking Linux people out there that hate my God will have a field day with it. They will see it as a win. They will see it as, oh, he can't handle criticism, he can't handle Discord, he can't handle people having an opinion and blah, blah, blah. So what I do now is I mostly don't talk to them on YouTube. On comment section, unless it's like I'm having a boring day and stuff like that. Then I talk to them, or if I need to poke fun of some. Most of the time when I talk to them, I'm just trolling them, to be honest, because it's so funny to make them crazy. But yeah, I have thought about it. But if I do it, that's how the community is going to react. I don't think there's a premium that you have to be a premium member to respond. I don't think. Or Premier. Oh, sorry. That would be the same shit. That would be the same shit. I have thought about doing the Premier thing, but I might. It's the same as doing a live stream. I'm just, we're just watching the video together, and I don't know how beneficial. I've seen some people experimenting with it. Some have had good results with it. Some have not had good results with it. And I just rather just upload them. But yeah, to go back to the Microsoft accounts, of course it depends on your company and what the company policies is. But if you allow, like, let's say, like, again, I'm talking from what they're doing where I work, but you have a worker, and they have your normal standard fucking Azure or a Microsoft account from Azure, where they have like Office Suite and Teams and all that shit, and then they have a work laptop. That work laptop normally would have, because for some reason they don't manage their machines via Active Directory. Some do, but most of them don't. Because most of the machines we have is second-hand or refurbished machines and stuff like that, because they do the job good enough, and it's just easy to just make a local account or make a like a throwaway Microsoft account. And then they have the Azure account, and then we just do stuff like that, and they take that laptop with them home and stuff like that, because that's in that company setting, that's okay. And one of the guys there is connected to a university, where we were talking about that they're doing the same with their students, that they are just getting an Azure account with the access to, I don't think they have access to Outlook, but access to the Office Suite, maybe Teams, and when the student is not there anymore, they just delete that account. Because the alternative is that if they're not doing it this way, they're just doing it this way, they're just going in here doing it via the website. So it's like, pick your poison, like if they want you to use Office and Teams and stuff like that, they can do it in two ways. They can do it like this, or they can do it natively, natively within Windows. And for a lot of people, they still like to do it natively within Windows. So they just use their credentials like that. Or if they have two business accounts, you can have like an internal network set up where you have internal emails and stuff like that on an internal Microsoft account, and then you have your normal Microsoft account. Then you can be logged into your normal Microsoft account on your work computer here, and you can have your internal Microsoft account. Let's say it's like an account where only the managers, it's a manager specific account group then you can add that to it here, so you have access to the manager-only account groups. OneDrive and stuff like that. You get what I'm saying here. There's so many use cases for this. Like they plain out say that, oh, I would not recommend this because it's not, secure. But it's as secure as if you make another, like if, this is no different that I'm making a different user and logging in with the same account. It's no different. Because if they hack that account, they need to get into it anyway. What you could say, and what they do at my company is that, or not my company, where I work, is that you need two-factor authentication. They need to be validated. So having two-factor authentication, well, then you can log in. Yeah. Yeah. So let's say you were a student, like a university student. Oh, the fucking fly, go away. You would just be getting I think it depends on what kind of student you are, but you could be getting a Office account with access to. It is an Azure account, but it looks like a Microsoft account. Yeah, they get like a massive discount, yeah. Like companies and universities and institutes, they get a massive discount. Because they buy them in bulks and stuff like that. They get a massive discount. Or I think universities get a lot of free stuff also, as you say. If they buy like a service agreement, they get like X amount of count for free and stuff like that. But logging in like that is no different from logging in like this. But I would love to see, like imagine being, imagine going up to your boss and say, you know what? You just gave this dude a Microsoft account, a Azure account with Microsoft Office. Yeah, he needs a new computer because he should not be, for security reasons, he cannot log in from his computer he has at home. Okay, why? Because if they hack his account there, they can get access to our account. Yeah, but what if they hack his fucking business account? Well, it's behind two-factor authentication. Well, it's also behind two-factor authentication when he logs on at home. Just like if I log on here. It makes no fucking sense whatsoever. Oh, man, ugh. Yeah, a basic license, yeah. Yeah, Teams are being used, like, there's a lot of people using Teams, yeah. There's a lot of people using Teams. It's way more used than I imagined. Honestly, I thought nobody used that fucking shit. Like, I really did not. I was like, nobody's going to use that shit. But the more I talk to people, the more they seem to like it. I've even seen people, gamers, using Teams over Discord. As a form of, I don't know if you guys and girls can remember TeamSpeak. Back in the day, TeamSpeak. They are using Teams like that now. So they have their own little gamer clan within Teams and whatnot. Oh. Fuck me. I think I just got a mail because of that YouTube thing I just did. No, that's not it. Just had to check something. Yeah, like Trello, yeah. But they just use it, for fuck's sake, Fly. There's one dude at work, he uses it instead of Discord. He games with his friends and talk over, Teams. Yes, I got it. Fucking dead. I got the motherfucker. Yes. I killed a fly. Don't judge me. Don't tell me it needs more magnesium also. I'm not letting that down. I'm ripping him a new... I think he deleted all his messages, but I'm still ripping him a new one. Yeah, it is kind of like Apple, yeah. But so here's, like, I'm going to rant a little bit again here, but we don't have shit like this on Linux. And then they're like, why are people not using Linux? This is why. Like, this is why, people. This is why. All of this fucking shit is why people... Like, every time I set up a computer at work, I'm like... Yeah, this would have taken... Besides the updates of Windows, but everything but updating Windows is just fucking easier and convenient than on Linux. Especially if you have like Microsoft accounts and all, like with Active Directory and all that fucking shit, you have managed computers and whatnot. It's just so fucking more convenient and easier, man. And Linux just don't have that shit. At least that's not that I've seen. Which is really sad. Because that would drastically making them jump onto the bandwagon. Maybe, you know what? I kinda like, I need to go and sell my fat body on the street for some money, man. So I can get a Mac Mini. Go out and swing my dick around a little bit. Like my tiny ass little penis. So I can get a Mac Mini. And then I will just be like, fuck you Linux users. Fuck you all. No more Linux. Mac is the best. Apple is the best. See you later. Don't want to be here, don't want to meet you. Fuck off. That could be so fucking funny. And then just delete all my Linux videos. That would be like, that will be really difficult though. Yeah, Mac Mini 5K stream, yeah. It would be difficult to delete all my Linux videos because it's like most of my channel. It will, like, YouTube will drastically penalize me for that, though. But it could be so funny. I could private them. Yeah, they really do, yeah. Apple do have kind of the same thing. They have like a... so if you go in and look at Apple for Business or something like that, they have kind of the same thing, but Windows is like, it goes all the way down to like computers and... not computers. Servers and deployment of containers and stuff like that, where the Apple part is just only the desktop. I fucking love typing on this one here, man. So they also have like I don't know if I can find it because it's hidden away. But they have something kind of like that where you can control and manage the user base and stuff like that. Where the fuck did my music go? Oh, there it is. You can control the apps and whatnot. If I'm getting a Mac, I'm not throwing Linux on it whatsoever. If I'm getting a Mac, that's my way out of Linux online, like in a public way. Like I'm not going to, or I will do my best not to do anything with Linux, or at least as little as possible with Linux. It will be more or less the death of Linux on my channel. Let me put it that way. Because it's it's a fucking mess, man. Like I get fucking anxieties when I upload Linux videos. It's fucking irritating. Mostly because one of the crazy people saying, you know, can I post some funny pictures of their comments? But also, how much bullshit do I have to deal? Oh, that's a Danish company, Vestas. You must know this, Tinker. How much shit am I going to deal with now? Just for having an opinion that's maybe not that popular, or putting an alternative viewpoint on something. It's fucking irritating, and I love talking about Linux. That's the issue, because it's so fucking interesting, and there's so many things to talk about, but you just can't unless you are just sucking the cock on anything that's called Linux. Then you can do it. But if you are just a fucking somewhat normal person thinking somewhat normally, and trying to live in the world we live in where all operating systems exist and whatnot, you are fucked. Like, Chris Titus Tech has issues with it. Like, he has publicly also talked about problems in that nature. With Linux people, because he also do Windows and other content. Why he, like he said on his Chris Titus Talk channel, that he was scaling down on Linux because of this whole fucking issue. Do you know about? Yeah, I know about Tuxedo Computers. But I don't care about... Here's the thing. I don't give a fuck about Linux computers. I really don't. I fucking don't. Because Linux computers have existed for fucking... since 2004 or something like that. You know... If it has not worked in over 30 years, and they are doing nothing different, why the fuck is it going to work the next 30 years? And then, like, the numbers are saying it. 3% of the market share. It's laughable. Like, it's laughable that they are just barely fucking competing or out-competing macOS as a gaming operating system. They're barely out-competing the worst gaming operating system on Earth. They're just a little bit more popular than that. I'm like, oh, yeah, I don't care about Windows subsystem for Linux either. I'm running Windows 11 Pro. I should run it, but I don't. You know? I don't really follow Linux news. I don't either anymore. I'm curious as to do what they do, the same IS stuff. And it's going to be the same bullshit, man. Yeah, why buy a Mac when you're putting Linux on it? That's perfectly said, yeah. Yeah, I saw that they were doing something with Tuxedo OS, yeah. But it don't matter. Why the fuck do we need Tuxedo OS? Like, for fuck's sake, here's the thing. The biggest way to success okay, is looking at what successful people are doing. If Linux really wants to be a good fucking desktop operating system, look at what Microsoft and Apple are doing. It's that fucking simple. Because that's what the customers no one want. It matters a lot what OS is pre-installed because it sets up the expectation for the customer. So if I sold a computer at a store and didn't tell the customer what OS it was, and they took it with them home and they couldn't use the stuff that they normally want to use, they would return that and they would bitch and moan and never buy that product again. To be honest, I don't think it's healthy to expose oneself of this kind of discussions, even though it gets views and milking tears. But here's the thing. I kind of agree with you. But the thing is that it should not be like that. Because I can perfectly fine sit and criticize Windows for 10 hours with no toxicity whatsoever. I can sit and criticize macOS and FreeBSD, Haiku, for hours and hours and hours and hours. No issue. The second you say something that the fat penguin is doing wrong or it should do better, you might as well just give them your testicles on a silver platter. That's kind of why I don't want to stop doing it. Because there needs to be room for these discussions. That's why I kind of do them also, is that there need to be room for these discussions. Because if you don't have these discussions, nothing is getting better. We're just going to do the same shit over and over again and not really dealing with the real issues. We need sometimes people need to say what is on their fucking mind, you know. And there's room for that on Windows and like you can call Windows whatever the fuck you want and macOS. And yes, you will get into some debate, but for the most, I'm like, yeah, you know what? Your opinion or blah, 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 blah. Like, if you don't bend over and let fucking Mr. Storm and jam his fat ass up in his fat dick up in your ass, you might as well just fucking, like I said, go and be here as my testicles. Please, please, please be nice to me. You know, it's like Pop OS Tuxedo is from a Linux hardware seller. Those, yeah, they seem to work, but again, Ubuntu works great on those systems also. Again, it's yeah. Everyone has their irritations with Linux or Windows. That's true. Gentle users are fair game to bitch about, yeah. It just really, like, we are talking about a technology, you know. We are talking about something, and here's the thing. This is the stupidest thing on earth, is that I could understand if the things I said was like only me saying it. Like I was the only one on the whole internet saying these things. The problem is, I'm just saying what everyone else is telling me, or what I'm reading on articles or Reddit posts or forum posts, or, you know, of course mixed in with a little bit of my own opinions. But for the most part, all of the things I've done has been because someone has said it to me, I've heard it, I've read it, I've talked about it with someone. Rarely have I made a video just, oh, let's just bitch about this thing for the sake of bitching about it. It almost always came out of either conversation, article, or whatever I've seen online, where more than one person have talked about it. And I'm like, well, if people are talking about it, we should be able to talk about it. But just like they got, knocked in the head, those places, I'm getting knocked in the head here. And it frustrates me because I find Linux so fucking interesting. That's the issue. It's so interesting. Because it's doing so many things, and there's so many things to talk about. But you can only talk about those things if you are within the guidelines of what's acceptable for a Linux person to talk about. That's what irritates the living shit out of me. You're not allowed to think outside the box or be individual or have your own opinions or thought if those goes against what the mainstream Linux code want you to think. And there need to be room for those conversations. Because they spark debate, they spark ideas, they spark thought patterns, they spark interest, and yes, they spark controversy. But that's not always a bad thing. Speaking of Windows, why in the actual hell they pulled the option to move the... Yeah, I don't know, man. That's probably the biggest issue I have with Windows 11 is that you can't barely do anything with the taskbar, and it's big as a fucking fat kid in a candy store. Basically me. But yeah, I'm with you 1000%, dude. But yeah, I just like... it frustrates me that the talk in Linux is either everything is the best fucking thing ever, like it's unicorns and rainbows and we are fucking doing so, like it's like a fucking cheerleading self-improvement party or something like that, and then you can like, yeah, maybe the color of the cups was a little bit weird, like, or the font was a little bit weird on the invitation. That's the biggest you can talk about, something that irritates you and stuff like that. But if it's not like this safe space bubble where we are all, masturbating each other all over the gloriness of Linux and open source, your voice is just being fucking dumbed down. Oh, that's Aarhus. Nice. That's up near you, right, Tinker? Or you're over here. But yeah, it's a negative for the community and Linux and open source or free software that you can't have those conversations. And they all stem down to fucking Richard Stallman. I cannot stress this enough. The people I have issues with is the Richard Stallman people. Because Richard Stallman, he's a dictator. He's a extremist. He's a dictator. If he was a religion, he would be regarded as a terrorist group. Or if he was like he would be regarded as a domestic terror group. If what he did, or if he branded the Free Software Foundation as a political party or religion, with the way that he wants open source or free software to be used and take over the world, and his license should be the only license in the world, and blah blah, or compatible licenses should be the only allowed licenses in the world. It's like taking out of a fucking dictator manual, man. Reciprocal dick sucking. Yeah, Foss lunatics, yeah. But all of those came or come. All those ideas, you can directly draw a line to Richard Stallman. I'm not even joking here. You directly. If you watch interviews with him and stuff like that, if the interviewer asks him questions that is critical about him or his ideas, he threatens to leave the fucking conversation. If you confront him, he acts like a spoiled child that's going to leave everything and getting angry and confrontational. So not every, but most interviews you see with him, It's him talking, and they are really fucking pampering the fucking living shit out of him to not make sure that he leaves. Well, I am sure had he been doing this on a political level, he would have regarded as a domestic terrorist group. Because sovereign citizens are regarded by the FBI as a domestic terrorist group. And a lot of the fucking things that the sovereign citizens talk about and the ideas they have, there's a lot of things going back to the way that the Free Software Foundation think. That we are above the law and we are above everything and better and stuff like that, and we are following the common law and we are individuals and we are not driving, we are traveling, and it's the same kind of mentality that you see within the FOSS community. You know? And it's scary as fuck, dude. It's scary as fuck. No, I have it in the center of my main computer also, dog. It's just because there's a bug with the rounded corners that sometimes act up if it's in the middle. How can I say this in a way that don't make me sound crazy? Yeah, how the fuck can I say this without sounding like a serial killer? I love to study human nature. Is probably the best way of explaining it. That's why I love watching body cams and stuff like that, to see how people react in different situations and stuff like that. And I get a kick out of them getting tased, I'm not going to lie. I love watching people getting tased. But it started out as why are people thinking like what's going on? And when a random video about sovereign citizens came up, the first thing I thought about was Linux users. Like, it was like, fuck, like, they're saying the same anti-shit, anti-government, and blah, blah. I'm like, fuck, it's almost like talking to a Linux user. And then I got more, into it, and they're actually quite funny. Some of them are cool people, they're just misguided, But I love to see, like, humans for me is like a experiment. Like, people I don't know, they are experiments to me. I know I sound like a weird ass fucking serial killer, but I love watching and looking at how people do shit and why they're doing it. Because it's really fascinating that like I said, in the end, the only person anyone cares about is themselves. And when shit hits the fan, that's how it's going to be. That's how it is. Yeah, exactly, Robot. And that's how I feel about Linux users in comment sections. They on purpose go out and find people that don't agree with them just to have a confrontation. Just to have a confrontation. Like this victim mentality. Oh, yeah. Stallman and Torvalds, they don't like each other. No. There's a reason why the kernel didn't adopt the latest version of the GPL. I don't know what that anthropologist is. I would not call it that either. It's if you think about next time you watch a video from the Van Balian channel or something like that, if you take away the misunderstanding the law, misunderstanding the laws of the land and stuff like that. Anything else is like talking to a Linux user. Anti-government, they are an individual. They should be allowed to do whatever the fuck they want and blah, blah, blah. What they do with their things and in their houses and with their car is theirs, and the government should not tell them what to do with anything they own and blah, 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 blah. And, they know better. Let me talk to a supervisor, They know better than they do, even though that they've just read like a couple of articles online. So the misunderstanding of the law or misinterpreting the law could be a little bit misinterpreting the TPL. That could kind of be like when we're talking about the law stuff, is that that would probably be like they're misinterpreting the TPL to be more than it is. But it's a person studying human behavior societies. Gotcha. I don't even study societies, it's just individual humans. But yeah, if you take the spiel that they do about the law, that according to common law, this and that, if you take that away, everything else sounds like a Linux user. Like everything else sounds like a Linux user. I would say not, of course, not all, but they're not cases Linux users. The same with auditors. People that are going out and auditing, like, are you upholding the First Amendment and stuff like that? And they cherry pick whatever the fuck they want about, the First Amendment just to have a confrontation. Oh, they are so funny. I love it when cops pull over a sovereign citizen and they're sitting in their car and then the cops are like, well, you didn't give us any identification. If you don't come out, we're fucking breaking in the window. And they're like, and then you take out the fucking thing to bash the window in and like, oh my god, I'm going out. No, please don't chase me. Don't do that to my window. They become like small little fucking children. Or if they break the window, they start to scream like kids. It's so fucking funny. And then if they get chased, like, oh my god, so yes, here's my number and here's my social security card. They just become like bitches. And it's so funny to see a person being like this macho fucking... And then in like 2 seconds, when the taser comes out or the window basher comes out, they call for their mom and they become the sorriest asses of a human being possible. And that's who they really are. That's the fucking crazy shit. The person screaming for their mom while they're laying there with a fucking taser on their balls or the window smashed in, that's who they really are. Because we all go back to our basic nature. Yeah, it was discussed here. Yeah, basically you're batshit crazy, but yeah, that's who they really are. They really are, because if they really was that fucking tough motherfucker, they would still be a tough motherfucker when they get tased in the balls. And that's the easiest way to see if a person is real. If they become screamers and bitches when shit hits the fan, that's who they really are, man. It's a really good tell. They can play as tough as fucking titanium, but if they can't handle a taser without crying for their mom, that's who they are, man. That's who they really are. And all of the rest is just a fucking act. There was someone got into court, and one of them, he got analyzed by a psychiatrist, and they talked about the whole concept of those sovereign citizens. And the psychiatrist more or less was saying that he theorized that all of those had a massive victim complex. Like they had a massive victim complex. They just had to be the victim all the time. And also he think that most of them don't even believe the shit that they're saying. They, at least not subconsciously, they're doing it just to play the victim. it's more important to be the victim than to actually be right and stuff like that, because they can play on that victimhood. Yeah. I don't know if if making Linux users cry. It's never fun to make people cry, but it is fun to make so this is something I really love. I love when a smart, it's the same as those like macho guys, when a smart person comes in and just pretends, and just like smartest person whatsoever, either play so fucking stupid, like play massively stupid just to mess with them, make them feel like they're the smartest person to ever lived, or just poking hole in everything they say. I find it so enjoyable. So enjoyable that I sometimes can't help myself. So enjoyable. Yeah, More does that to people. Yeah, everybody's a tough guys till they get 10,000 watts for the balls. Oh, I could. Every time I made a reaction video on DistroTube or Chris Titus Tech, I got hundreds of new subscribers that month I made that video. I'm not even joking. I got hundreds of new subscribers every time I made a reaction video about one of those guys. But then you have to deal with their bad shit crazy fan base. So if the content creator is a DistroTube or Luke Smith or Mental Outlaw, their fans are the same kind of people. So that means that your comment section is going to be filled up with crazy ass batshit people, basically. So that again, and then you have to moderate it, and you have to ban people for going against TOS. And if I don't moderate my comment section, YouTube will then enforce it on me, and I can get into problems. It's just I read almost all comments. Yeah, I do almost read all comments, or at least I skimmed them. If they're too long, I don't read them. But you have to, because let's say someone is grooming a child in your comment section, and you don't do anything about it. I can get into problems with it. Like, this is an extreme case, but you get what I'm saying here. So if let's say someone is toxic to Tinker in my comment section, and I don't do anything about it, I can also be held reliable. So I kind of have to. I could have the excuse that I'm getting too many comments, but I'm not. Like, if you're getting like 4,000 comments in like an hour, that would be a good excuse. But I don't get nearly enough comments where it takes me hours and hours and hours to moderate my comment section. So YouTube rightfully so can say, well, you don't get enough comments that you can't manage it. So I have to. I don't think I don't enjoy making those videos. I don't. I don't enjoy making the Chris Titus Tech and DistroTube videos. I am emotionally fucking drained a whole day from it. And then when I have to edit it, I'm not a mess, but I am like tired out of my ass, because I have to go and research and find, evidence of everything they say that is wrong. And if it's a DistroTube video, I'm not joking here. Most Chris Titus Tech videos, most Chris Titus Tech videos, the longest part is to finding all of the stuff that he gets wrong and edit that into the video. That's what takes the longest time for the most part. Or what some of the longest time is to go out and find the right sources and then copy paste that into the video. Because it happens so often. And the same with DistroTube. DistroTube, it's more that It's the way that he's treating other people. With this, that's what I don't like with DistroTube. Like this whole like, oh, if you're not on our side, you're on the wrong side of history, and the way he judges and look down on other people, and because they are just using a different fucking operating system. That's probably what irritates me the most about him. That's what I found massively irritating about him. That the way he conduct himself and the way he do content, if you changed Linux with ISIS or some other extreme religion, it will be no different. It's the same tactic, it's the same wording, it's the same delivery, it's the same scare tactic. So I've said this before, but I'm lucky DistroTube found Linux. Because DistroTube seems to be the kind of guy, he needs a fight in his life. He needs to fight for something. You know, he needs to believe and fight in something. And had he not found Linux, he could have been a sovereign citizen. If he's not, he probably already is a sovereign citizen, to be honest. But he could also have been like a clan member. I don't know if he's swinging that way. You know, he could have been, you know, he could have been in some extreme group in some places. You get what I'm saying here? Because his personality seems to be drawn towards that place, those places. He needs something that's bigger than himself and that's bigger than anything else and that makes him special. And the most of the places that do that are extremist religious people or cults. So luckily enough, he found Linux and not, you know, ISIS or the clan or something like that. I'm not saying that he would be a clan, but you get what I'm saying here. You know, he would have been like a toxic Jehovah's Witness or something like that. You know, he needs that. And the same with Mental Outlaw and Luke Smith. Luke Smith comes more across a guy that thinks that he's the smartest person to ever live. And those kind of people I cannot stand. I cannot stand stupidly stupid people that are stupid just for the sake of being stupid. And I can't stand people that think that they are the smartest people on earth. Those two extremes are just, they trigger the living shit out of me. So much out of me. Because both sides are suited in massively arrogancy. The stupid part I can kind of forget a little bit. But a lot of people, they play stupid because they know that they are wrong. Or they know that what they are advocating or saying is massively fucking wrong. So they play the stupid card. And they try to like do straw mans and cherry picking and stuff like that. You know. No, again, Fallen Star. This is the problem with Linux, is that because of the Foss people and Richard Stallman, the DistroTube kind of people, they are not that few. Because the way that that whole dichotomy, or what you will call it, is structured and like just the wording of the GPL talks to those kind of people. You know, just the fact that the GPL basically say that there is the GPL and GPL compatible software, and then there's the rest. So it's us and them. We can exist, they should never exist. We are the righteous one, we are the Templar's knight, they are the devil. That kind of thinking draws in those kind of people. Because like I said, they need to believe in something that's bigger than themselves. They need that fight. They need to be on the right side of history. You know, they need that big dick energy, or what you will call it. They need to feel special and stuff like that. And us, we are David versus Goliath, make you think like that. Here's the thing. Had Linux been as popular as Microsoft, Windows, most of the Linux YouTubers you see and Linux users you see today would probably not use it. Or a lot of them will not use it because it takes away that uniqueness. It takes away the fight. It takes away us versus them. Because now you're not fighting against the big thing in the sky or the big deity or the unmovable object. We are now the unmovable object. We are now this big massive thing that a lot of people find doing crazy shit. So they would be jumping over to FreeBSD or something like that. So they're kind of like three group of Linux users. They are the ones that are doing it. They're just using it. They don't give a fuck, you know. Whatever, they don't give a fuck. Then there's the batshit crazy people like the DistroTubes, the Welcome Back Lamer, the batshit crazy people I talked about. And then there are I call them the hipsters, that do it to feel special. They you know, I use this analogy a lot of times, but it's like, you know, a hipster goes into a bar and buy the same IPA beer over and over again, and then they find out that Budweiser bought the IPA beer, but nothing have changed, and it's the same ingredients, and everything is the same. But they just know that a big company owned this little company, so now the beer is not the same, it's the worst beer ever, and blah, blah, blah. Those are kind of the three people. They don't give a fuck, the extremist nutcases, and the, oh, I want to feel special. And the extremist nutcases, and I want to feel special, and I want free shit, is also a really big part of it. They kind of meant together. Because a lot of the people that want to feel special and want free shit, they use the extremist arguments why they want it. The most people you see bitch and moan about being able to see the source code have never looked at a fucking source code in the world. They are basically Karens telling developers how to do that job. Because they think it's better that way. While never have done any coding in their life. How idiotic is that? How stupid is that? How logical is that? It's... Oh, we got a haircut and shit. I need a haircut, man. Apple do have its fair share of hipsters, but Linux hipsters are a special kind of hipsters. Apple hipsters are more just like, whatever, bro. You know, yeah, cool story, bro. You know, they just feel a little bit superior, you know. But in the end, they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. Linux hipsters, they give way too many fucks. Yeah, it's safe, you can trust it. Why we find a bug in the kernel 10 years later or something like that. And here's another thing. Most of the fucking problems with open source software is being found by big, massive companies that earns money and make a living finding problems in software, not the community. Not the community. The community contribution to open source software and Linux is almost, I will not say almost, but it's not what it's massively smaller than it used to be. In the 90s and early 2000s, I would agree with you that a big part of Linux was done by the community. But today, if the community stopped helping out Linux today, we will not notice any different whatsoever. But if the corporations stop helping Linux, it will basically, the development speed will go back to snail pace, basically. It will basically just go back to being a snail. And they don't seem to understand that. I just need to turn on my light over there. Huh? Why can't it turn on? Oh, there you go. Gave me a little bit of light. Have I ever thrown... It's not throwing a plane, it's flying a plane. Have I ever flew a plane? No. Will I ever drive a plane? You don't drive a plane, you fly a plane. Probably not. Do I want it forbidden for me to be able to take the classes and drive a plane? Hell no. That's not even this. Not even in the same ballpark of what we are talking about. Like it's like being able to see the source code has nothing to do with being able to learn how to do programming or coding or anything like that. It's not even close to being the same. Not being able to see the source code don't mean you can't see the source code. It just means that the populace or non-allowed people can't see the source. Look at it like this. Do Linux people really believe that the only people that see any source code from Microsoft are in Redmond, Washington? No. No. There are probably hundreds, if not millions of companies that see Windows source code. They just can't use that knowledge or talk about it and blah, 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 blah. But they do see it. Just because it's proprietary don't mean you can't see it. It just means that I can't see it. But if I was a developer, having a development studio over here, was going to help Microsoft with something, they would probably allow me to see some source code. That's it. The world that Linux users think we are living in, we don't live in. It's that fucking simple. The funny thing is that I have met people excusing the way they use Macs to me. They drop their drawers when I say I will too, but I just can't afford it. Yeah. So here's the thing, Marble. The right to do things with the code is not your right. You are not... Let me put it another way. You are not owed that right. You are not owed that right. You are not required to have that right. The developers, the creators of the software can give you that right if they choose so. But it should not be your automatic right to basically see other people's work or being able to meddle with other people's work or being able to copy other people's work if they deem it not to be so. Being able to look at the source code should be looked as a privilege, not as a right. Just like Wi-Fi is not a human right, but a privilege, okay? That's the biggest reason why I think Linux people are batshit crazy. Because it should be a privilege that the developer stores upon you. Here's the thing. The developers, the people that are spending money and hours on building, producing a thing, should be the one determines how that thing is going to be managed, handled, so on and so on and so on. You don't have any fucking right to tell me, or whatever the fuck the user's saying right now, to tell me what to do with the things I do. Because then you go do it your fucking self. And you go and give it for free. You go and give it out. It's the stupidest thing in the world. You are not owed anything from anyone just because you can sit there on your ass and wink your little pretty eyes at them. It's the stupidest thing I have ever heard. It really is the most entitled, childish thing ever to be spoken. It really fucking is. And all freedoms and boom. Again, people need to understand why Richard Stallman made the TPL. Explain to me why Richard Stallman made the TPL. Because the TPL makes no sense in today's world. But explain to me why he did that. I think I've told him about it, yeah. Yeah, have the right to buy a car and look at the source code is not the same thing. And there's actually laws against repainting your car, to be honest. You have to disclose that to the registration office when you repaint the car. And reproduce the chair. Yeah, so here's the thing. And again, this is what crazy people don't understand and have no idea about programming and software. You don't need to see the source code to reproduce a code. You don't need to see the source code to see if the program is giving telemetry or spying on you. How the fuck do you think people have been able to see Microsoft products and Apple products doing the exact same thing without looking at the source code? So here's a really good example. You are watching a car driving towards a street light. A fat old lady is running out in front of the car. The car stops right before the lady. You are observing that. You're observing a lady going out to the road. You're observing a car driving down the road, and then it's stopping. You don't need to know anything or much about car or mechanics or anything that to reproduce that. You're like, okay, we need to figure out a system where we have a moving object that can hold a human, that can steer, but can also stop. And then you can reproduce that with your own ideas and knowledge of the world and tests and errors and stuff like that. Where, if a mechanic was standing beside you, see the car come driving towards the fat old lady and stopping, and he could be like, okay, this is how the steering works, this is how the brake works, this is why the car is leaning forwards because of kinetic energy and blah 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 blah. So he could reproduce that really easy without looking at the car, but from the knowledge as a mechanic, he could tell you how to do it and reproduce it himself faster and better if you didn't have the knowledge about the car. So if you are a programmer and you're observing what a program do, you will have an easier time reproducing what it's doing than if you are not. That's how we got the IBM clones back in the 80s. That's how we have gotten most of software that has been proprietary. That's how we gotten most open source software that is copying proprietary software. It's observing what the program does with the knowledge of how programming is done. Yes, the mechanic and you could build that vehicle way faster if you were allowed to go in and take every part of that vehicle apart and look at every little bolt and nuts and stuff like that. You would be able to do it faster. But it's still doable from someone not having any knowledge about it. Probably take a shit ton of time, granted. It would probably take a long time before a person without any mechanical knowledge to be able to make that car, but it's not undoable. But if a mechanic, aka a programmer, was looking at how is this object, or what is this thing doing, they can then reverse engineer that thing. Fast and better. What are you talking about? That's how. That is to the extent that this whole open source don't make sense for most people. Because even if you could see every bolts and nuts of that car, but if you had no fucking idea about mechanical engineering whatsoever, you could probably not do anything with it anyway. At all. You will have no idea what to do with 90% of the car. You may be able to know what a wheel is and put that on, axle or something like that. But making your own transmission and making your own drivetrain and stuff like that, your own shock absorbers and stuff like that, no fucking idea. No fucking idea. You will not be able to do anything with it anyway. But you don't need to see the source code to know what a program do, behave, or how to copy it. So a really simple example. This is the first thing everyone learns to do when you start to code. It's making a simple calculator. This is not a simple calculator, but you get the idea here. Something like this here. This is the first thing they learn to do, is to make a simple calculator later. And you don't need any source code to know how a calculator works if you understand the basics of coding. That's the beauty of it. The more you understand, the more complex things you can reproduce without seeing the source code. Yeah, they are getting more and more complicated. So even if you could see the source code, it won't matter if you don't know what you're looking at. And if you really are this highly intelligent fucking person where the source code do matter, well, you don't really need it. It will just help you. But you don't really need it. Because you would understand that this is a stored value that gets activated. This is a value that is being added and activated. This is a value that's being added and activated. And those combined values are giving me this. No. Again, no, it really don't. If you are a skilled programmer, and I'm not saying I am, but if you are a skilled programmer, you don't need to see how the source code is to reproduce a program. Exactly. Smart people don't need it and dumb people don't know how to use it. Basically, yeah. Roughly speaking, yeah. Will it help? Yes. And again, that's why if you see, like you said, you're talking about the NVIDIA driver. A good example here is the NVIDIA driver versus the open source driver. Is that they are re-engineering a lot of proprietary complex stuff. Giving enough time, they would be able to do so. But they don't have enough time. They don't have enough developers. So yes, it would be beneficial for them to have the source code. Another example is the React OS that was trying to mimic Windows 2000 NT back in the days. They've come a long, long way without being able to see any Microsoft source code, or not much anyway. And if they had more people working on it, basically more brain power, more development power, they would have gotten even further. Would it have helped them to see the source code? aka could they have done it faster? Yes. So why is everything not open source? Because a lot of businesses, the source code is the business. There are people, mathematicians, that sells algorithms to the stock chains industry, stockbrokers. That code that code is their business. Because their code does something the competitors don't. And it will take them many, many, many years to reverse engineer that. But they could, but it would take a long time. So they have a competitive advantage right now. That's their whole business, is that code. So that means that if everyone could copy that code and use it and see it, hundreds of people, if not thousands of people, would be out of work. Thousands of people would be out of work. And they would not just, they would get hired, but no, there would be there would be no business anymore, because then you don't need that company to give you the code. You don't need that company to service the code. We can just do it ourselves, because we can just hire, let's say out of those thousands, let's say 500 people that are working for that company, maybe 100 of them will find other jobs. The rest will not. There's no business anymore. That's another part of it. Another is like, do you want ISIS to be able to look at the, let's say, source code for the guidance system for the nuclear missiles that you have around the world? I don't like that. I don't want that. Like, I kind of like that code to be, really safe and really secure, because missiles, a lot of the fucking reasons why they are so good as they are is because of the software. So if they can make a dirtier version of it with the same precise software, we are fucked. There's a lot of things like that where a lot of businesses, important businesses, would go out of fucking commission. And a lot of people, I was about to say millions, but a lot of people would lose their jobs if everyone could just copy the source code. And maybe only a third of them would find other job in the same industry again. Not to talk about a lot of things where keeping the source code locked down is just a matter of fucking like, do you want the bad people to have this? Like, there's a reason why having... I can't say the word of the book, but there's a reason why some books are illegal, because they give you recipes to build shit that everyday humans should not be able to build shit with, that could hurt a lot of people. There are source code out there that could hurt a lot of people if the wrong people got their hands into it. The open source business model is not complicated. The open source business model is really simple. The open source business model is that you can sell the software. But here's the thing, why would I want... Because it is allowed to sell the software in the GPL. If you read it, you will know it. But why should I sell the software? Because if I sell the software that I make under the GPL, Tinker or Code is just going to copy the code and give it away for free. So why should I bother doing that? So what they make, most people make money on, like SUSE, Red Hat and stuff like that, that's service. We are the one developing the code. We are the first one to publicize the code. Therefore, we are more knowledgeable about the code and our systems. Therefore, we can support you better, faster, and more efficiently. But the whole argument, again, about open source. So again, nobody have told me why Richard Stallman made the GPL. Yeah, asking for donate. Yeah. I know you're joking, but here's the thing. This is how fucking the hypocrisy on in Linux. This here was a massive fucking outcry in the Linux community. This here. How dare you? How dare you How the fuck dare you to ask for money for something that you probably spent thousands of dollars on, thousands of man hours on, lost sleep and obligations over? How dare you want just $1 for it? How dare you? How the fuck dare you? That was the beginning for me when I started to like lose faith in the Linux community. We have articles, content creators, racking on them for doing this. Instead of saying, you know what? You did all the fucking work. You did the fucking work. If you want us to pay for it, I'm not going to pay for it. But hey, you did the fucking work. You can do whatever you want. I'm just going over here and using something else then. Yeah, but this was before Windows Pro. This is like 3 or 4 years old or something like that. But they were bitching, they were moaning, they were yelling, they were screaming. You can still see the fucking source code even if you have to pay $1 to get the fucking download ISO. Or as people then found out when they were like, hey, you do know you could just click a fucking 0 in there, okay? When they realized that, they were like, oh. But how the fuck dare you? How the fuck dare you? You want to know who the real Linux users are and who is the hypocrite motherfuckers around here? Let's say there was this universal law in the world that every Linux distro cost $5. This is just a thought experiment. Would you still use Linux if you had to pay $5 for distribution? If your answer is no, then don't come at me with anything about open source and privacy and blah 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 blah. Let's just imagine that there was this clause in whatever the fuck it is that every Linux distribution ever been made cost $5 and those money had to go to the Linux Foundation. Or to Linus Torvalds. Or split between him and Richard Stallman. Would you still be using Linux if you had to pay $5 for every new Ubuntu release, every new Debian release, yada yada yada. Every new ISO that ever been made, you had to pay $5. Most people would say no. That tells me one thing. They don't give a fuck about anything other than this shit is free. But it's a really good example. What if this here was every Linux distribution ever made and this was the minimum requirement to pay? $1. Most people would be saying no. And that just tells you how big of a fucking hypocrite they are. And how stupid they are. I'm still waiting for people to tell me why Richard Stallman made the GPL. It's that fucking simple. If you're really that fucking into open source and stuff like that, tell me why Richard Stallman made the GPL. Yeah, that's right, Esnek. Yeah, I bought box sets of Linux also. The first 10 years of my Linux journey, I probably bought more Linux distributions than I downloaded. More than likely. I bought more than I downloaded. And they were not cheap. The cheapest one cost about $20. That was for one CD or DVD. Between $10 to $20. And then it went up from that. That was the first 10 years, or if not even more, of my Linux history. I paid because of bad internet for that. So yeah, I am not just sitting... Again, most people think I'm just sitting here and just spewing out fucking bullshit. I'm talking from experience, people. I know I'm only 40, but I've been around for a long time with Linux. Nope. He did not. Nope, he did not made that. He made the GPL for the same reasons he made the Free Software Foundation. So let me rephrase that, because that's probably more the more important question, is that why did he make the Free Software Foundation? But that is not the main reason. It's one of the reasons, but not the main reason. Maybe let's do it this way. Why did he make the Free Software Foundation? Because he made the Free Software Foundation, then he made the GPL. But the reason why he made the GPL was... Oh, sorry. Yeah, he made the GPL for the same reasons he made the Free Software Foundation. Nope. Not in the fight for freedom way you think of. No. Again, if you're... This should be so fucking easy to... No. Well... Yeah, to some aspect, yeah, fighting for freedom, and it has some part of it, but it was not the main reason why he did it. They all plays into it, but it's not the main reason. It's not the determined factor, so to speak. It's not the cataclysm, but they of course plays into it also. But yeah, most people will not be buying anything if this. I'm pointing at my screen. But if every Linux distribution costs just $1 fucking, you will see most Linux users run away like a fucking lunatic. But what about open source? Fuck open source if it costs money, man. What the fuck, man? Get on my fucking level. I can't pay $1. I need to go to Wendy's today. Or to McDonald's and get a Golden Arches fucking burger. The fuck, man? You want me to pay for this shit? Fuck off, man. That's how much people care about open source and freedom and privacy. They're not willing to give a fucking $1 to it. How many Linux users do you think have ever donated to an open source project or anything in that nature, or helped out the Linux community in any way, shape, or form? Probably 90+% of them never. So they must not care that much about privacy and all of that fucking shit, only when it's benefiting them. And all of this fucking shit, if you just open your fucking eyes, you will see this. It's so blatantly obvious. If you took the word out of Linux, the word Linux out of all of this, and we were talking about another company, another organization, you would be shaking your head and yelling and screaming about how stupid a lot of these things are. But because it has this Linux symbol on it, or word on it, a lot of people just get really blinded for what's going on. Red Hat is a really good example. Red Hat has done a lot of bad decisions for many, many, many years. But nobody really talks about it. Because it's an open source company. It's a Linux company. Ubuntu is kind of the exception, but that's also because Ubuntu is the most popular. And Linux users don't like popular things. SUSE have done some questionable things over the years. But we don't really talk much about it. Valve, again, to draw that fucking needle in, one of the most proprietary companies in the world, one of the most aggressive data collectors and freedom takers in the world, meaning that you own nothing that you buy on Steam. And then look at how much money you've already spent on Steam. And they can just be like, fuck you, bro, and then just close it all down. But because they give us gaming under Linux, it's an okay company. They're the good guys. They're cool. They're really cool. But they are way worse than Windows. Yeah, and that alone, that sentence alone, shows me that you are a massive hypocrite and you don't give a fuck about what you're talking about. Because if you care about privacy and data collection and telemetry, that statement should not be worded like that. That should be like, I can understand and see the value of games being more available under Linux, but I can not in good conscience support a company that is worse than Microsoft. Just because they're giving me nice things. It's like having a girlfriend that slaps you in the face, fists you every night without lube, will execute your balls every other day, but give you a blowjob every Friday. She's a good girl. She gives me a blowjob every Friday. She's a keeper. If you can support Valve but not Microsoft, you don't give a fuck about anything called privacy, telemetry, data collection, ownership of software, anything like that. You're just a massive fucking hypocrite that are only caring about those things as long as they're benefiting you. That's me being 1000% unfiltered. Where can I find a woman like that? You said you didn't like Valve. Are you using any Valve products and Steam products then? If you're using any of their products, again, we cannot have that conversation. You don't care about privacy, telemetry, or anything like that, because using it is validating it. Yeah, exactly. That's why I don't not believe, but I don't value anything you have to say when it comes to privacy, telemetry, and stuff like that, because you're just talking the talk but not walking the walk. No, you can't. No, you can't. Because then you cannot be anti-Microsoft. You cannot be anti-Microsoft. You could be, I don't like Microsoft, but I use it anyway. I use Windows anyway. It's like saying it's okay for my child to steal, but it's not okay for the other people's child to steal. It's being a massive hypocrite. You don't like your work, but it's not the same. It's not even close to the same. Work is something totally different. Work is not, well, it is kind of an option, but work, for the most part, is something you have to do to survive. It's something we have to do as human. It's kind of like a necessity. So, no, it's not. You don't have to use Linux. You don't have to use Google products. You don't have to be here. You don't have to use Steam. But you have to work. You have to survive. Two really different things. Two really different things. The city, you can move. But anyway, I don't want to talk because I'm done with you, because you're just like the other dude. Either you want to throw the living shit out of people or think that you have this all figured out and you're the smartest guy in the world. No, you're not. You're a massive fucking hypocrite like everyone else, because you're just talking the talk but not walking the walk. So that conversation is over. Next person. Yeah, Microsoft is giving a lot of money away to open source. You're not having an open talk. Not at all. Not at all. Because you're doing the exact same thing as the other guy. Oh, this don't fit my narrative. Let me find another narrative. Let me try to compare with something that's not even close to remotely comparable to make a point. Like, I don't know how to explain it in a nice way, so I'm not going to say anything more. But there is terms and reasons and not nice wording for people doing that. I cannot escape using MS Exploit directly at work or indirectly by using banks, traffics. Yeah, but you don't sit here and say... I've never seen you, Esnik, sit and say that Microsoft is the worst company on earth and nobody should use it and I'm never going to use it and blah, 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 and taking like a massive stance against proprietary software and Windows and stuff like that. I've never seen a video or heard you say that any way, shape, or form. I've seen you being frustrated with it. I've seen you cursing at it. You know. Which we all have. But I've never seen, you may have had, but I've never seen it, you being this anti-Windows, well, maybe a little bit anti-Windows and proprietary, but not to the extreme where you regard it as, oh, you know, I'm never going to do that, and people that are using it are the worst thing ever, and everything should be open source, and blah, 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 and it's the devil, and you know what I'm talking about, the whole extremist part of it. As far as I have understood it, and the way I've talked with you over the years about it, is that you tend to be kinda not neutral, but understandable about like people in your own situation. You've also been open about you not liking Windows, but you're using it anyway, and you are not going out and, again, as far as you may have, but I have not seen it, you going out and judging other people for using X, Y, and Z software or not open source software. That's the difference. I am anti-Microsoft, but honestly, for the offenses committees in... Yeah. And I think we all, everyone that can remember Microsoft from the... I can mostly remember Microsoft from the late 90s, because I'm not a dinosaur. But... yeah, I think most of us that remember Microsoft from that area, and I will even say like the early 2000s, like we still have a bad taste in about Microsoft back then. And I will say, in the 90s and in the early 2000s, I was anti-Microsoft. Because the way the company was back then, I would not, there was a reasons why I didn't use Microsoft Windows as my main operating system for almost a decade. Like I didn't have it installed anywhere. That's a lie. I had it on. I always had Windows installed at one place on either a laptop or old computer, in case I had to use it for something really, really important. But 90% of my time was spent outside of Microsoft. But I didn't go and judge people and tell them to stop using Windows, other than IT departments and people at the store. But that's why I can say this, okay? Let's be honest here. That's why I can see the bullshit in those people's eyes and the way they act, because I was that fucking person. Okay? I used to be the person that was like that. I used to be exactly that way in the 90s and early 2000s. Maybe up to the 2008-ish, 10-ish. I used to be that blinded Richard Stallman is the fucking sexiest man on earth kind of mentality, and finding excuses why I needed to have Windows installed on one of my computers, but everyone should not be doing it and blah. I used to be that person. I used to do all of the same fucking counterpoints and argumentations and shit like that to justify my viewpoint. That's why I can see through a lot of the bullshit going on, because I used to be exactly like that. It's not something I'm proud of, but I used to be exactly like that. I used to say the same shit, almost word for word, that Maple have said over the many live streams he's been in here. I used to, the same arguments, the same kind of like formula to some degree, just different wording, but kind of the same idea behind the argument. I used to be that fucking person. Firefox, I don't have much issues with Firefox, I just don't like using it. And I don't I don't think as a Linux user, if again you care about anti-censorship and you care about privacy and data collection, you should not like Firefox, because they try to purposely censor the search results on the internet to gravitate towards one political candidate in a congressional debate and the presidency run. So again, if you really care about those things, you should not be liking Firefox either. The Saurian devs, again, I do like Saurian OS. I just don't like the way Saurian developers make everything into like, oh, we did this, it's our It took them years before they recognized Ubuntu on their fucking website. And I haven't looked at their source code in a long time, but last time I did, probably 1 or 2 years ago, they made like, they basically just copy pasted other people's code and changed the line of code and presented it like, this is our creation. Then you look at it and it was just like Arc menu or something fucking like that. They didn't even fucking change most of the description or credits in the source code. But if you looked at the source code, you could see that they just copy-pasted. But if you looked at their website, it was like, oh my god, they made this amazing thing themselves. You know, they were the first one to do it. You know, that was kind of like how they... No. And Gurada is just a piece of fucking dog shit. It's just like... They're so far up their own asses and think that their shit don't smell and they're the fucking smartest people on earth. While their shit do stink and they're making a stupidly fucking bloated piece of software. It looks nice. It looks nice. Who cares if she's stupid if she has a good ass, man? Who cares if she smells, if she's pretty? You know. Estic, that's not even the fucking beginning. They've done that with almost anything. That they have, like the menu... The panel that they added to GNOME, I can't remember all of them, but I can go on and on and on. Yeah, they are like the epitome of being of taking credit for other people's work, and that's what I don't like. I don't know. I haven't looked into what they're doing lately, so I have no fucking idea how if they have mended all of that or you know, have been rectifying this, basically acknowledging that they are standing on the shoulders of giants. I have not done anything with Soviet for 3+ years now or something like that, maybe. So I don't know if they are doing the right things right now, but in my opinion, in my world, they have kind of ruined it, to be honest, for me, when I found that out. Yep. No, I'm just... So here's the thing, Lamer. I'm tired of trying to be this fucking nice guy and shit like that, because here's the thing. Nobody gives a fuck about me. Nobody gives a fuck about me. So why the fuck should I sit here and try and be this nice guy and hiding what I think? Because nobody gives a fuck anyway. The only people... So here's the thing. People gives a fuck if I'm saying the right things in their ears. Then they give a fuck. When I don't say the right things, they don't give a fuck. So why the fuck should I try and pander in the name of views and shit like that to communities and people that don't give a fuck anyway? That cannot talk to a person that don't agree with everything they say. Why do I want to associate with people like that anyway? So I'm a little bit fed up with all of this, like, trying to hold back and just be like, you know what? Fuck it, man. Just fuck it. I don't give a fuck. Like, I'm not doing this to make money, obviously. Like, I'm basically doing everything not to do to make money on YouTube. Angry a whole community, locking down my live stream that has massive viewer retention behind a member wall that basically fucking cuts down on any... Like, I don't get any statistics from this video when I put it into member-only mode. None whatsoever. It's not counted towards anything in my statistics. And YouTube love long formatted content. I could go on and on. Stupid ass fucking thumbnails. You know, like I find it laughable when people say I do this for the money. I'm just spitting all over the place. You find Elementary OS almost as offensive as Sorian. Yeah, the Linux means so this is what bothered me the most about Elementary OS. This massive condescending and judgmental statement here, right here. Mostly because of this word right here. Basically, I am being massively judged for using Windows right now. I'm apparently not an ethical person because I'm using Windows. They don't know me. How the fuck dare they do that to me? Well, yeah, kinda, Chris. Kinda, yeah. You don't care about me, Lema. You only care about me because I introduced you to Becky, and you are like this fucking this like BDSM couple now in my Discord. So that's the only reason why you care about me. It's because you have fond memories of your life before Becky and now your life after Becky. That's not even close to the same. I did not say that I didn't like the way that YouTube does its things. I'm just saying that if I was doing things that people are saying I'm doing it for, aka the money, I would be doing everything differently that I'm doing right now, or actually the opposite. That's not me not liking the things about YouTube. There's not much I don't like about YouTube. There are things I find mildly irritating or irritations, but I'm not using YouTube as a political vessel or as an ethic or philosophical means or as a philosophy on how platforms, content creation platforms should be run. YouTube for me is like Netflix. Linux for you is not like Netflix. That's the difference. Linux for me is like Netflix. I don't give a fuck if Linux is here tomorrow or not. I don't give a fuck if open source is here tomorrow or not. I don't give a fuck if Windows is here tomorrow or not. I don't give a fuck if proprietary software is here or not. I hope all of them are, but in the end, I don't give a fuck. I just adapt to whatever situation we're in. That's the difference. Any YouTuber you see that reviews Linux have been paid. I don't know that. I don't know. I cannot say yes or no to that because I don't know. You have many more opinions than I have assholes. I'm watching you on my Windows machine while you're streaming on your Windows machine. So this is how stupid this is. I stream I stream Windows on a Windows machine talking Linux. This is how batshit crazy this evening is. Technically, you do use YouTube as a platform for that, since you are butting heads with Linux code all the time. No. I don't. I don't. You are misunderstanding why I am doing this. I'm doing it for my own entertainment. I'm doing it for other people's entertainment. I'm doing it because it's a creative outlet for me. And I'm doing it as a form of keeping my brain occupied. So if I want to poke at the Linux community to make them angry, I do that for amusement most of the time. Just for the kicks of it. Just to see how crazy they're going to be. Because I don't really give a fuck. I do give a fuck about them harassing me, being assholes towards me and other people. That I do care about. Like how they conduct themselves. You know, if they are toxic assholes, I care about that. You know. But again, if my channel went away tomorrow, I would just stream more on Twitch. I would just be more of a live stream on Twitch then. Or I will go make some other creative outlet. Maybe do more out of, I don't know, Instagram. Maybe finally make that fucking hardware porn OnlyFans thing we have talked so much about. You know, like, I make no money on my channel. The best I make is about, at the best, is $100 a month. Mostly it's $100 every second month. About $100, maybe 120. Like, that's not even 1% of my fucking income. I couldn't care less. I do this because I find it funny. I find it entertainment in it. It gives me something to do. Of course, I'm not against making money. And of course, I wish I could make more money because then I could buy more shit. But it's not like, I'm not sitting here and crying over it, basically. Because it's not my main income. It's just pocket money. Everything I get from this channel is more or less either put back into the channel or buying stuff that is kind of side directly benefiting the channel. Or if I just want a fucking expensive meal, I buy that shit. You know, and then use the rest for something for the channel or something like that. I am not depending on anything here. And I'm starting to care less and less and less about this fucking shit, to be honest, because of all of the bullshit. I love how people think this is what I hate about viewers in general on YouTube. It's those kind of viewers that know why a content creator is doing what they're doing. You don't know why the fuck I'm doing this. No, Becky only loves you, Lamer. Anti-cult is not a cult. You're watching on iPad. I hope your iPad is treating you well. Yeah, I can't remember what I was talking about now. I think you are mistaking it. So I make about $40 a month. $40 a month. What is that in my currency? Because now you're really starting to fucking piss me off with your stupidity here. No, that's Australian dollar. I don't want that. There you go. So let's say I make about 40 on average a month. So that's 270. Okay, it's 2%. It's 2%. 2%. Are you happy now? 2%. Actually, it's 1.9286, whatever the fuck it is. And I rounded some numbers up and down. So it's probably less than that. Probably less than that. It's probably more like 1.8 or something like that. But it also depends on the currency exchange and all of that fucking shit. But I make about I make between 37 to 40. This is like the average over a year, not like some months I can make more and less, but it's between 38 to like 42. It can vary between those two things. Some months I do really well. Some months I don't do that. Some months it takes 3 months to get a paycheck. Some months I get a paycheck every month. So, yeah, but I set 100 every second month. Every second month on average. What are you doing now? No. He just like to be a fucking know-it-all. He's in a... So, Cody, Mabel is Mabel in the Discord. His whole spiel on YouTube is just to be a massive troll. So somehow, either being a troll or know-it-all, he finds that really fucking funny for some reason. And I do entertain him sometimes with it. But I know who he is. I know why he's doing it. But he can't be irritating. That's what I said to him last time, is that if that's how you are 90% of the time, it's really hard to take you seriously the 10% of the time when he's a normal dude. Oh, that reminds me, I needed to check something. Oh, I'm starting to watch Futurama again. Oh, I think I just started it. No, I didn't. Whew. I may as well say something in her channel. I've been lurking in here. Well, you're curious right now. Just about banning you, basically. That's all it is. Like I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, it is maybe from the Discord. He's like... It's kind of disingenuous, to be honest, that you are one person on YouTube, then you're another person on Discord. To me, that's honestly really fucking either creepy or really, really disingenuous. Because the person on Discord is a fucking amazing person. The person on YouTube is someone I really, really want to just kick in the balls. To be honest. And that they are that too. I would say the person on YouTube do creep up on Discord once in a while. But the fact that there are that big of a difference between those two people just basically means that you must be a really, 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 really toxic person to be around in real life. If you treat people like that. I could 1000% respect if you were the same person everywhere. The way you are here, if you are like that on Discord, peace be with that, I could respect that way more. The way you are on Discord, and then you are like this, I have zero respect for the person you are, to be honest. Really. Really. I just have not found any reason to ban you. but I have zero respect for you as a person. I'm really sorry, but I have. I those two-faced kind of people I can't deal with. I'm just being honest here. I like you on Discord. I'm not agreeing with a lot of things, but I like you on Discord. But then you act like you do here on YouTube. No. But I don't see any reason why to kick someone or ban someone just because I don't respect them or don't like them. Hey, I don't mind trolling. I don't mind, you know, people we have so much fucking fun on my Discord stuff. What I don't like is you are one person, or if someone is like this normal, you know, just normal person one place, and then you talk to them in another place, and they are like either fake or snaky, or they are trying to be someone they are not, either being like overly fucking funny and fake all the time, or overly trolling and sarcastic all the time, when I know that's not who the person is. That tells me that they are trying to be someone they are not. And then I'm like, okay, who's the real person here? If you don't know who the real person is, then I can't respect you. I just can't. I just can't. Because I don't want to sit here and like, okay, who the fuck am I talking to today? You know, who the fuck am I talking to today? And people like that, I don't have time for. That's why I engage less with you on Discord. And have you asked me that on Discord, I would have been saying to it, I'm telling the truth. I don't hold much back to people, to be honest. I'm a kind of open and honest guy as much as possible. And I do know that sometimes hurts people's feeling. But I do understand that sometimes, or I do believe that sometimes people need to get their feelings hurt before, you know, they because I don't think Marble is a bad dude. Like, I don't think he's a bad dude. I just think that he may have been caught into this whole internet thing way too much. If that makes sense. Like, if I thought Marble was a really massive, toxic, bad dude, I would probably have, you know, he would not be around anymore on my channel. Yeah, it kind of does, Robot. It kind of does. But I know lamer is lamer. Estic is Estic. And me and Estic have had some... We had some heated fucking debates, but I know Estic is Estic. Then we can go on to Discord and talk about trucker nuts and getting laid over a fucking OS2 machine. I can't do that with you. I just can't. I just can't. You come across like some a narcissistic, you want to know it all, egotistical, selfish dude, and I just don't have time for those people in my life. Again, I'm not going to ban you anywhere. I know you talk with other people in my Discord, and I love seeing that. I love seeing other people talk with each other, even if I don't particularly like that person. Like, we had a lot of people in my Discord for a long time that I really did not like. And Layman knows about this because he's mod in my Discord. I think you are mod in my Discord also. Or at least you're part of the mod team. Or so. Yeah, you're mod in my Discord. I know Becky is. No, you're not. I will make you a mod. How do I make you a mod? Oh. Security officer. There you go. No, but Lama has been talking with me and Becky about mod stuff. So I don't know why I have not made you a mod. But because we do talk a lot about mod stuff. Oh, falafel is fucking amazing. Have you never had that before? Have you never had that before, dude? It's one of the best thing on earth, man. So I have a philosophy about that, the 2/3. If you get offended or hurt over something someone says, that means that you have unresolved emotional damage associated with that. Oh, the emoji. Ah, gotcha. To me, that means that you have some unresolved emotional things going on with those things. So if you're being told something and it drastically hurts you, that's probably because what they're saying is true. Not all the time, but probably. And because it's true, you can't handle it because that's not who you want to be or see yourself as, and so on and so on. So if someone gets offended and stuff, I'm like, kinda, that's good. Because that means that you have to work on something. Or you may now understand, oh, this actually affects me more than it should do. Sometimes people should get offended and hurt. Don't get me wrong. Sometimes there's a really good reason for it. But if someone is just being honest to you and not really being mean or anything, just saying an honest thing, and it's hurting you deeply, that's probably a you thing and not a them thing. If someone is making a joke you don't like or offend you, that's not a them thing, that's a you thing. There are plenty of jokes I can't handle. Like, I don't do well with jokes about physical violence towards women. So I had a girlfriend where her ex killed her while I was texting her, for example. Like, strangled her and her 2 kids. So every time something comes up with, like, kids and women getting abused, I get a little bit like, I want to just, I can laugh at it sometimes, but other times I'm like, oh, I just want to fucking, you know, because I think about all that fucking shit. And my mom got abused my whole childhood by boyfriends. Slapped around and stuff like that. So that's stuff that triggers me emotionally when I hear people just light-heartedly joke about abuse towards women. I get really defensive right away. But I know that's a me thing, so I just walk away. I just like, you know what? It may not be my taste, but that's because I have some stuff that's gone around towards that. They should still be allowed to talk like that. Just because I feel that uncomfortable don't mean that my feelings dictate everyone else's, because they're not hurting anyone. At most, the only one that's getting an emotional distress is me, so to speak, you know. So, I'm a big believer in that if something makes you uncomfortable or hurt you, that's probably because that means that you have something to work on there. And not all the time, but sometimes. Probably a lot of times. So that's how I kind of use that, and I think more people should, to be honest, because why would word hurt you? Like, why would a word hurt you? You know, it's not physically doing anything to you. It's not even emotionally doing anything to you, unless you are putting those emotions into that word. And if you are doing that, that means that there's something that you need to work on. And it may not even be your own fault. You can have been, you know, exposed to some really drastic, sad stuff. And have all the rights in the world to have those negative feelings towards a subject. But then again, the whole world don't revolve around one person, if you get what I'm coming at. So, I sometimes when people get their feeling hurt or they get offended, I'm like, yeah, that's... I'm sorry that happened, but maybe it's a good thing. You know, like, maybe it's a good thing. Maybe that means that, you know, well, not me, but or the other, but the person that gets hurt or get a little bit upset, maybe they have something to work out. Maybe they have something to work out with that person that said that thing, you know. Like, I'm not saying that it's all their fault, but it should open your eyes and be like, maybe we have some unsolved issues here. You know, maybe there's some stuff we need to talk about. Holy shit. I got so many texts over this live stream, I have to respond to some of them. I'm so sorry. Or else people just think I'm fucking dead or something like that. See how many scammers that wants to fucking suck my Ding a ding do 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 do. Oh, that's some fucking stiff nipples there. Who's this? Scammer, not a scam. Oh, I hate fucking Instagram with all those scammers. Oh, doggy. I love looking at dog photos on Instagram. Yeah, I kind of want to show it, but I can't. It was one of those crazy-ass scammers. So what they do on Instagram is that they take pictures from another account, you know, with a really beautiful lady or hot guy. And then they make like a fake lookalike account, and then they add every male that they can find. And then they are like, if you add them back, they will send you a message and be like, hey, how are you? Where are you from? Oh, you look so handsome. And you know, and then if you talk to them for a little while, it always ends with them, oh my god, I don't have any money and my phone is about to die, my internet is about to die, or I can't get a cab home, or oh my god, just lost my job and need my bills to be paid. You know, some stupid ass shit like that. And you can always see it because they have like maybe 10 followers, but they are following like hundreds of thousands of people. And then they have like all their pictures are like 2 or 3 days. Oh, it's so funny to mess with them. If you are bored one day and you just want to mess with them, it's so fucking funny. It honestly is really funny. Because they get really, really angry. If, what the fuck? If, what the fuck happened here? I think someone's internet went out. Anyway, what are we coming from? Yeah. They get really angry if they know that you are just messing with them. Like, if they realize that you are messing with them, like I had one stalking me from 3 different accounts, yelling and screaming at me, and I cost them. I think it's a guy. And you cost me hundreds of thousands, not hundreds of thousands, but hundreds of thousands of dollars. Like, it's fun to mess with them sometimes. Funny enough, my old job that I had, the previous job that I had, some of the workers actually used iPads to do scheduling, clocking in hours and clocking out hours and stuff like that. And when they did something for specific workloads, they had to do that, plug that into the iPad also. It was really, really interesting. Yeah, I didn't get the Apple One thingy. Yeah, I need to go also, man. I'm getting tired and thirsty. So yeah, I think I might as well just leave it here. Now Tinker is going, I'm going also. So yeah, thanks for stopping by. See you all later. Have an amazing day and all that jazz lazzle. Bye bye.